206 Elements of Sociology, Dialectical Materialism. The standards of international communism of the 1930s, calls into question the view that Marxism in China is to be viewed largely as an Oriental, idiosyncratic, and distant cousin of mainstream Marxism. The textual evidence, as we have seen, suggests otherwise. Notes. 1. Meissner, for example, virtually ignores Lida. See Philosophy and Politics in China, the controversy over dialectical materialism in the 1930s. 2. An example is Schramm's throwaway line regarding the extraordinary low level of the Soviet theoretical writings of the 1930s, the political thought of Mao Tse-HMG, p. 88, for a detailed and sympathetic reconstruction of dialectical materialism, see Lauren R. Graham, Science and Philosophy in the Soviet Union, ESP. Chapter 2. 3. See in particular Werner Meissner, Philosophy and Politics in China. 4. This is particularly the case with the treatment of epistemology to be found in Outline of New Philosophy, see pages 341 to 420. 5. Lido Wenji, Volume 2, p. 9. 6. Ibid, p. 17. We have noted in the previous chapter the interest Mao took in this section of Elements of Sociology, writing substantial annotations on such Greek philosophers as Thales, Democritus, Heraclitus, Plato, and Socrates. In turn, we can see that Lido was able to derive information on Greek philosophy from a dialectical materialist standpoint from the Soviet philosophical texts of the early 1930s. In particular, Outline of New Philosophy, by Maidan et al. Contains a section on the dialectical and materialist themes in ancient Greek philosophy which covers virtually all of the material referred to by Li, see Xinjixu Dagang, pages 1 to 26. 7. Elements of Sociology, p. 37. 8. Ibid, p. 38. 9. Ibid, pages 40 to 41. Sections on Kant and Hegel, written from exactly the same perspective, appear in all of the Soviet texts on philosophy. See Maidan, Outline of New Philosophy, pages 70 to 1.08, MB, Maidan, Dialectical and Historical Materialism, pages 90 to 154, and Chirokov and Eisenberg, A Course on Dialectical Materialism, pages 120 to 65. 10. Elements of Sociology, pages 48 to 54. 11. Ibid, p. 57. 12. Ibid, p. 60. 13. Ibid, p. 61. 14. Ibid, p. 62. 15. Ibid, p. 68. 16. Ibid, pages 70 to 76. 207. 17. The view that the basic problem of philosophy is the relationship between matter and spirit, and that there exist only the two philosophical camps of idealism and materialism, is propounded in Thai Soviet texts, and also by Mao in his lecture notes on dialectical materialism. See Maidan, Outline of New Philosophy, pages 183 to 89, Maidan, Dialectical and Historical Materialism, pages 47 to 60, Chirokov and Eisenberg, A Course on Dialectical Materialism, pages 48 to 75, NickKnight, Mao Zedong on Dialectical Materialism, Writings on Philosophy, 1937, pages 86 to 87. 18. Elements of Sociology, pages 76 to 83. 19. Ibid, p. 83. 20. Ibid, pages 84 to 90. 21. Ibid, p. 85. Cf. Knight, Mao Zedong on Dialectical Materialism, pages 101 to 10, Maidan, Outline of New Philosophy, pages 201 to 14, Maidan, Dialectical and Historical Materialism, pages 160 to 71. 22. Cf. Knight, Mao Zedong on Dialectical Materialism, pages 110-12, Meiden, Outline of New Philosophy, pages 201-14. 23. Elements of Sociology, pages 90-97. Cf. Knight, Mao Zedong on Dialectical Materialism, pages 96-101, Meiden, Outline of New Philosophy, pages 190-200. 24. Elements of Sociology, pages 97-105. 25. Cf. Knight, Dialectical and Historical Materialism, pages 33-46, 472-531, also Meiden, Outline of New Philosophy, pages 147-67, also Meiden, Dialectical Materialism and Historical Materialism, pages 21-31. 26. Elements of Sociology, p. 98. 27. Ibid, p. 102. 28. Ibid, pages 105-14. 29. Cf. Meiden, Outline of New Philosophy, pages 231-45, also Shirokov and Eisenberg, A Course on Dialectical Materialism, pp 281-308, also Meiden, Dialectical and Historical Materialism, pages 212-37, also Knight, Mao Zedong on Dialectical Materialism, p. 154. 30. Elements of Sociology, pages 123-31. 31. Ibid, pages 131-35. Cf. Knight, Mao Zedong on Dialectical Materialism, p. 154. 32. Elements of Sociology, p. 133. 33. Ibid, pages 135-44. Cf. Meiden, Dialectical and Historical Materialism, pages 238-45, also Shirokov and Eisenberg, A Course on Dialectical Materialism, pages 271-76, Meiden, Outline of New Philosophy, pages 246-59, Knight, Mao Zedong on Dialectical Materialism, pages 123, 161. 34. Elements of Sociology, pages 144-48. 35. Ibid, pages 148-52. 36. Ibid, pages 152-61. Cf. Meiden, Outline of New Philosophy, pages 260-71, Shirokov and Eisenberg, A Course in Dialectical Materialism, pages 321-48, Meiden, Dialectical and Historical Materialism, pages 246-57, Knight, Mao Zedong on Dialectical Materialism, pages 123, 160-61. 37. Elements of Sociology, pages 161-63. 38. Ibid, pages 163-72. Cf. Meiden, Dialectical and Historical Materialism, pages 246-57, Shirokov and Eisenberg, A Course on Dialectical Materialism, pages 349-64, Meiden, Outline of New Philosophy, pages 260-71, Knight, Mao Zedong on Dialectical Materialism, p. 124. 208 Elements of Sociology, Dialectical Materialism. 39 Elements of Sociology, pages 172-77. Cf. Metin. Outline of New Philosophy, pages 284-93, Shirokov and Eisenberg, A Course on Dialectical Materialism, pages 433-39, Knight, Mao Zedong on Dialectical Materialism, p. 124. 40 Li derives the concept of politics as the concentrated expression of economics from Lenin. It also figures prominently in Mao's social philosophy during the Yan'an period. See NickKnight, on contradiction and on new democracy, contrasting perspectives on causation and social change in the tide-up of Mao Zedong, Bulletin of Concerned Asian Scholars, Volume 22, No. 2, pages 18-34. 41 Elements of Sociology, pages 177-83. Cf. Meithen, Dialectical and Historical Materialism, pages 258-76, Shirokov and Eisenberg, A Course on Dialectical Materialism, 385-98, Meithen, Outline of New Philosophy, pages 294-303, Knight, Mao Zedong on Dialectical Materialism, p. 124. 42 Elements of Sociology, pages 183-91. Cf. Meithen, Outline of New Philosophy, pages 304-13, Shirokov and Eisenberg, A Course on Dialectical Materialism, pages 458-69, Meithen, Dialectical and Historical Materialism, pages 299-305, Knight, Mao Zedong on Dialectical Materialism, p. 124. 43 Elements of Sociology, pages 191-201. Cf. Meithen, Outline of New Philosophy, pp. 304-13, Meithen, Dialectical and Historical Materialism, pages 277-98. 44 Elements of Sociology, p. 198. 45 Ibid, pages 2017. Cf. Meithen, Dialectical and Historical Materialism, pages 306-15, Shirokov and Eisenberg, A Course on Dialectical Materialism, pages 440-57, Meithen, Outline of New Philosophy, pages 327-40, Knight, Mao Zedong on Dialectical Materialism, p. 124. 46 The repetitive character of Soviet philosophical writings from the 1930s is frequently commented on by Western analysts. See Eugene Kamenka, Soviet Philosophy, 1917-67, in Alex Cernirenko, Social Thought in the Soviet Union, p. 95, also Richard T. DeGeorge, Patterns of Soviet Thought, pages 107-8. 8. Elements of Sociology, Epistemology and Logic. Epistemology has constituted one of the core philosophical issues of Marxism in China, and there have been a number of heated debates, frequently spilling over into the political arena, about the nature of the knowledge process and the appropriate criteria for the evaluation of truth. In particular, the role of practice in the determination of truth has preoccupied Marxist philosophers in China, and was the subject of one of Mao Zedong's most influential essays on philosophy. 1. The genealogy of the concepts and categories employed in the epistemological writings of Marxism in China is thus of considerable interest. Li Da's Elements of Sociology is important in this context, for it reveals much about the source and nature of the epistemology of Marxist philosophy in China. Our contention, as in the previous chapter, is that orthodox Soviet philosophy of the early 1930s was to have a major impact on the interpretation of Marxist epistemology and logic by Marxist philosophers to China, and that their comprehension of Marxist philosophy was consequently quite orthodox as judged by this prevailing Soviet orthodoxy. A reading of Li Da's Elements of Sociology will demonstrate this point. In this chapter, we look in some detail at Li Da's explication of epistemology and logic as this appears in Chapter 4 of Elements of Sociology. Comparisons with Soviet texts on philosophy and Mao's writings on dialectical materialism will be largely provided in the endnotes, It is evident from even a cursory examination of the Soviet texts on philosophy from the early 1930s that these were the primary source of Li Da's explication. In particular, there is considerable similarity between Meidan's Xi and Dagang and Li's elements of sociology, even to the extent of Li employing the same headings and subheadings. Considerable intertextual congruence also exists between Li's book and Chirokov and Eisenberg's Bayan Zenfa Wei Wulun Jiaocheng and Meidan's Bayan Zenfa A Wulun Yu La Shiai Wulun, texts heavily employed by Mao Zedong in the writing of his own essays Co-Dialectical Materialism. We will return to the issue of the sources and influence of elements of sociology at the end of this chapter, and consider again the significance of this volume for an understanding of the developmental trajectory of Marxism in China. The epistemology of reflection theory. Li Da commences his explication by reminding the reader that dialectics, logic, and the epistemology of dialectical materialism constitute a unified philosophy. 2. When he turns his attention to the epistemological dimension of this unified philosophy, 3. He asserts that human knowledge is a process. It is a process of development moving from matter to perceptions and from perceptions to thought. It is a dialectical process which proceeds from practice and returns to practice. This process has, he suggests, its own particular laws of development, laws which dialectical materialism must elaborate. Only then will we be able to understand correctly the reflection of historical objects in logic, their internal connections and historical development. Epistemology is dialectics, according to Li, and the process of the motion of knowledge is a dialectical process. Although knowledge is a human reflection of objective things, this knowledge is not a simple, direct, or complete reflection, but a process whereby abstractions, concepts, and laws take form. However, these abstractions, concepts and laws are conditional approximations of the perpetual and developmental law-like character of the universal elements of nature. The self-motion of the process of knowledge reflects the self-motion of the objective world. The various moments of the process of knowledge are originally reflections in thought of the moments in the objective world. The development of knowledge therefore reflects the development of the objective world. However, the bearers of knowledge are humans who are both social and historical, and the knowledge that humans bear is the highest form of existence of the development of the material world. Knowledge can only emerge with the development of material production in history, and this means perceiving the human subject of cognition as more than a biological organism. The human subject is, rather, a being who, in certain stages of elements of sociology, epistemology and logic 211, development, engages in labor and struggle. Dialectical materialism attempts to comprehend the unity of subject and object, of knowledge and existence, on the basis of an evaluation of the process of knowledge which is rooted in social and historical practice, and in particular the practice of labor. 5. According to the reflection theory of dialectical materialism, Li continues, 6. Consciousness is a reflection of the objective world in the human brain. In other words, consciousness is an image of objective reality. But how is consciousness created? Li explains that the existence of the human nervous system is the premise of human consciousness, and that there is an indivisible relationship between the nervous system and human spiritual activities. Li then provides a detailed elaboration of the physiology of the nervous system and brain of the advanced primates, including humankind, the point of which is to demonstrate that consciousness within humans is anchored in and indeed is itself matter. This extends even to those with mental disorders, which are in actuality, according to Li, disorders of the nerves and brain. Consciousness can thus be perceived as the highest level form of matter, a product of the nervous system. Li argues, in line with Soviet theorists, that the levels and forms of consciousness exhibited by animals other than humans are appropriate to the level of development of their nervous systems. The more complex their nervous systems, the more capable they are of complex forms of thought. But is there no distinction between the consciousness of humankind and that of animals? Li responds that human consciousness has achieved a higher level than that of animals, and this is because the human brain is more highly developed. Also, the human nervous system has developed through countless years of social life, Humans have thus developed a much more varied array of conditioned responses to the environment. Complex social arrangements have led to the development of language and abstract thought and concepts, and this has allowed humans the capacity to gain knowledge of objects and to create images of them. Language in particular has been most significant in the capacity of humans to reflect objects in consciousness. 7. The consciousness of human beings is thus, for Lee, a product of the process of development of the material world. Consciousness does not exist outside of matter, rather, consciousness depends on matter, and emerges from it. Consciousness is thus a particular form of matter, one which emerges with the development of language in social life, and following the development of material production. 212. Perception as the source of knowledge. Lee then poses the question of the origin of knowledge. 8. He responds that the perception of objective reality reflected in the nervous system is, of the various phases and forms of the process of knowledge, the earliest phase and the earliest form. All human knowledge proceeds from perception. In setting out to investigate the process of knowledge, we must therefore first analyze perception. But how does perception emerge? Lee explains that the systems of perception and the nervous system are integrated. The various perceptions sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch are transmitted to the brain via the nervous system. Consciousness of a particular object proceeds from the body's perception of the function of that object, and our consciousness has a recollection of that object, even when it is absent, for it is stored in the brain. It is experience which allows the accumulation of perception. The variegated nature of the external world and the variegated character of the nervous system, including the multifarious functions of the brain, create the multifarious nature of perception. The various aspects of external objects are interconnected, as are the external and internal elements of the body's nervous system. Consequently, when an external object acts on the nerves, it causes a perception which reflects, internally and in an interconnected way, the external object. All things in the world, Lee reminds us, are developmental, and so too are human perceptions. The laws of development of perceptions are only a particular form of the general laws of development. The development of perceptions has an intimate relationship with social and historical practice. This is illustrated by the difference between the perception of humans and animals. Lee contends that animals perceive such things as light and temperature in ways different to humans. Human perceptions are, in general, of a higher order than those of animals, and this is because of the superior nervous system of humans. In the process of production, humans extend their control over nature, and also develop their own nervous systems. Lee also points to the distinction between the nervous systems of primitive and modern humans. The former have little capacity to perceive distinctions of size and distance in external objects, whereas the latter have more complex nervous systems and hence perceptions. Modern humans are also able to use machines and technology to gain ever more precise perceptions of the external world. The distinction between primitive and modern humans is the result of social and historical production, for as this has developed, so too has the capacity of humans to perceive the complexity of reality in ever more complex ways. Concrete practice of humans in society determines the development of perceptions. 10. 213. Lee reiterates that the starting point of knowledge is perception. When humans come into contact with the various dimensions of reality, these are reflected in the brain as perceptions. Perceptions allow IB to understand the truth of objects in the external world. However, Lee emphasizes that we cannot infer from this that human perceptions are invariably correct. Sometimes reality provides humans with impressions which are false, and thus perceptions are mistaken. An example is the perception that the sun is smaller than the earth, which is of course false. For Lee, the development of perceptions is a process. He states that although perceptions are images of the objective world, true reflections in the form of perceptions cannot be achieved completely, or entirely correctly, or unconditionally, or immediately. Rather, our perceptions are approximations of true reflections of objective truth. Practice is the basis of the process of knowledge which commences with perceptions and finishes with thought. We come to know the unified laws of the objective world on the basis of perceptions, for perception is the raw material of thought, and it is thought which abstracts the laws of development of the objective world. Since ancient times, all science has proceeded from perceptions which are reflections of the external world. Perception is the bridge by which humans come to know the external world. Perceptions and thought. From perception to thought is a process in the morion of the deepening of knowledge. Elevenly explains that human knowledge of the objective world must go through many different moments and stages, and between the stages of perception and thought exists a dialectical connection. In the relationship between perceptions and thought, perceptions are the first moment, the first stage, thought is the final moment, the highest stage in the process of knowledge. The distinction between the two is relative, and Lee admits that there is no distinct boundary between them. Thought is based on perceptions, it emerges as the internal connections of the perceptions of the countless objects of external reality, and it expresses their essential form. Lee continues that the totality of objective things is necessarily reflected as perceptions, but such reflections are knowledge only at the level of the senses. It is therefore insufficient to rely on them in attempting to comprehend the law-like character, causality, and mutual dependence of objective things. The sort of knowledge required here is logical knowledge, knowledge which is deeper and at a higher level. 224 Elements of sociology, epistemology and logic than immediate sense perceptions. But perceptual and logical knowledge are mutually conditional. Logical knowledge is a deepening of perceptual knowledge, for thought and perceptions mutually develop and enrich each other's content. The change from perceptual knowledge to thought and the preservation of perceptions in thought are, Lee suggests, the key issues of the epistemology of dialectics. He responds to these key issues by suggesting that thought seeks out the interconnections amongst the multifarious perceptions, but it does not create them, and this ability to develop to the stage of thought is dependent on human practice. Both thought and perceptions are reflections of objective reality in human consciousness. Perception is a reflection at the stage of sense perceptions, whereas thought is a reflection at the stage of logic. At this point in his elaboration, Lee distances dialectical materialism from the crude notion of a mirror reflection in which perception and thought are merely images planted in the brain of the passive human subject. 12 This, he says, is the incorrect view of mechanistic materialists. It must be remembered, he continues, that human beings are active subjects who through their practice change the world and themselves. The reflection that is achieved in the human mind is thus a dynamic reflection, and knowledge which results from it is a product of historical and social practice. The relationship between perceptions and thought, and the change from the former to the latter, are thus heavily dependent on this dynamic character of the human subject, one which has the capacity to create knowledge, to raise it to the higher level of logical knowledge. But this can only occur through the medium of social and historical practice. Practice is the foundation for the deepening of knowledge. In the process of practice, humans observe constant repetition of phenomena, the elimination of one phenomenon and the emergence of another, and the synthesis of many objects in the process of constant material production. This is, according to Lee, the basis for the movement of knowledge. To illustrate this movement of knowledge, Lee refers to the well-known example in which the proletariat moves from being a class in itself to being a class for itself. 13 In other words, the proletariat gains a deeper, logical knowledge of capitalism through its social practice, and in particular its struggles with the bourgeoisie. Lee then distances the epistemology of dialectical materialism from the various forms of empiricism which advocate the notion that knowledge derives primarily if not solely from the experience of perceptions. All of these viewpoints err, he suggests, in not recognizing elements of sociology, epistemology and logic. 215. The dynamic role of the human subject who, through social practice, discerns repetitions and interconnections in the myriad perceptions, and from this transforms knowledge to a higher level, the level of logical knowledge. Reflection is not passive, Lee repeats, but dynamic and active. 14. Ideas and concepts. Lee then addresses the vital issue of the process of the movement of perceptions to thought. 15 That is, the movement from perceptions to concepts. He divides this process into two stages, the first being the movement from perceptions to ideas, ideas being an intermediate stage between perceptions and concepts. 16 ideas, Forley, are the earliest particular form of the generalization of the perceptions of objects. Ideas are recollections, they are memories of the various dimensions, aspects, and characteristics of an object, brought into a unified form as ideas. Ideas move a considerable distance from the actual object of perception, but move closer to the essence of that object, its law-like behavior and interconnections. The emergence of ideas is part of the dynamic process of knowledge production. Ideas incorporate direct sense perceptions, and on the basis of multifarious past perceptions of an object, derive the essential character of the object, and reflect it more correctly and objectively. Ideas also give the object a distinct and complete form somewhat separate from sense perceptions. Ideas can thus provide a deeper reflection of the external world. In this process, the generative capacity of the human brain and human practice are interconnected. Practice is the basis for the change from perception to ideas. In their practice, humans not only investigate the change in things, they investigate the direction of that change. Because of the repetition of phenomena, and the repeated production of phenomena in the process of practice, the generative capacity of the human brain develops, and the brain is able to generate ideas regarding the internal connections of things. There is a direct connection between the life of humanity and the construction of ideas of objects. However, the movement of knowledge, Lee asserts, does not cease at the stage of ideas. Ideas are merely the first stage high the generalization of perceptions and are not able to grasp the developmental laws of the process of development of an object. The deeper reflection of this is achieved at the level of concepts, and this can only be achieved through the movement from the stage of ideas to the stage of concepts in the process of knowledge. 17. 216 Elements of sociology, epistemology and logic. Perceptions and ideas cannot arrive at the essence of objects, and in order to do this and to get at the interrelated internal laws of an object, the movement of knowledge must move beyond perceptions and ideas, and advance to the stage of thought. It is at the stage of thought, according to Lee, that the essence of objects is discovered. Thought generalizes to the highest level from perceptions and ideas. Concepts are a moment in the movement of knowledge, they are a form of thought which reflects objective reality. But the concepts of dialectical materialism are different to those of formal logic. All things are constituted of a unity of opposites, but in formal logic this unity is explained as an abstract identity or mechanical collectivity. From this perspective, things are perceived as completely abstract, as static, and without movement or connection. Formal logic's concepts are thus divorced from reality, and without content. In contrast, the concepts of dialectical materialism are a form of thought which reflects the content of the perpetual development of the real world. Dialectical abstractions are able to reflect objective reality comparatively deeply, truly, and completely. They are thus a unity of opposites of subjective and objective, and of thought and existence. All things of the objective world are connected and in motion. Consequently, when we come to know any object, Lee suggests, we must study every dimension of it, study it in all its connections, that is, we must grasp the object's various internal aspects and the totality of its complex relationships with external aspects. We must also grasp the process of development of the object, and then come to know its laws of development. Interconnectedness and motion are thus essential in the reflection of objective things as concepts. Lee explains that any concept is in motion and develops as a result of the law of the unity of opposites, and that the perpetual process of the emergence and resolution of contradictions is essential to an explanation of how knowledge of objective reality is achieved. The motive force for the movement of human thought is internal contradictions, the struggle of opposites. Concepts and categories are themselves in opposition. Consequently, there emerges in the movement of thought the following interpermeating opposites: phenomenon and essence, form and content, chance and necessity, possibility and reality, cause and result, and so on. and in the motion of these categories is to be discovered their laws of development. The concepts of dialectics are concrete and are constructed through analysis of specific differences and the abstraction of what is universal. Indeed, the specific and the universal both exist objectively, and there cannot be one without the other. Concepts reflect the universal, which is made up of the various dimensions of the specific, but this universal is itself concrete, for it incorporates the rich content of what is universal in the specific or particular. Elements of Sociology, Epistemology and Logic 217. Concrete objects emerge in our perceptions as a totality of limitless and complex dimensions and relationships. It is only through the exercise of our analytical capacity, Lee argues, that we can abstract from these dimensions and relationships the most simple and essential determination, and only then can we understand the object in its entirety. In this transformation from the specific to the universal, chance becomes necessity, and phenomenon becomes essence. But it is not possible for humans to know concrete things in their absolute entirety. The movement of knowledge must be dialectical and continual, so that knowledge becomes progressively deeper and develops, and does so in line with reality. In concrete concepts, therefore, the particular and the universal permeate each other to achieve identity. Although when coming to know an object we must on the one hand perceive its universality, we must on the other grasp the particularity of the various stages in the process of development of that object. Only if we have knowledge of the dialectical relationship between the universal and the particular will we have concrete knowledge, and only then will we achieve concrete truth. Lee again emphasizes that practice is the basis of knowledge, and that knowledge is a reflection of the unity of objective reality, but this reflection is a positive, dynamic reflection. In the process of practice, Lee suggests, humankind comes into contact on countless occasions with things in the external world, and gains impressions and perceptions of them which accumulate in the brain. Because of the generative function of the brain, logical order is created out of these perceptions and impressions. The generative capacity of the brain universalizes perceptions to create ideas, and universalizes ideas to create concepts. But this is a developmental process, one which moves gradually from lower to higher levels. The development of human knowledge is thus manifested in logical concepts and categories. Dialectical materialism explains the development and interconnection of concepts by reference to the development and interconnection of the objective world. It perceives concepts developing in line with the laws of development of reality. The movement of concepts is thus a reflection of the motion of objective things. It is a reflection of the motion of the objective world and human practice, and a reflection of the unity of opposites of subjective and objective, of thought and existence. This reflection is itself a developmental process. However, Lee cautions that the laws of motion and interconnectedness of objective things cannot be reflected in concepts immediately, completely, correctly, or unconditionally, as in the process whereby relative truth becomes absolute truth. The reflection of concepts moves from a lower to a higher stage to achieve ultimately a complete reflection. Consequently, the laws of development, whereby concepts 218 reflect the objective world, are conditional, relative and approximate. In their practice, humans continually reveal new contradictions and new interconnections between the objective world and subjective ideas. From the rich perceptions and ideas which emerge from this, richer and deeper concepts are created through the application of logic, consequently moving a step closer to the reflection of the laws of development of the objective world. These new contradictions and interconnections are thus reflected to become the new contradictions and interconnections in concepts, and this pushes forward the motion and development of concepts. Judgment. Having considered concepts within dialectical materialism, Lee argues that it is necessary to move to a discussion of judgment and inference, which are forms of thought. 18 Judgment and inference are, like concepts, reflections in thought of the general laws of the development of the objective world and human knowledge. Judgment and inference are forms of the movement of thought, forms of the movement of concepts. Lee first turns his attention to judgment. He quotes Engels as arguing that the development of forms of judgment in logic is the result of the historical development of human knowledge of nature. According to Lee, the basic characteristics of a theory of judgment premised on dialectical materialism are as follows. First, correct judgment is a form of reflection of the interconnections of the laws of objective reality. Second, judgment must be oriented towards the content rather than the form of the object under investigation. Third, the classification of forms of judgment is dependent on the classification of forms of concepts. Judgments are interrelated, and higher-level forms of judgment develop on the basis of lower-level forms of judgment. Judgment, like concepts, must incorporate the individual instance, the particular, and the universal. Fourth, judgment is a form of the motion of thought. It is motion and is based on the law of the unity of opposites. Judgment is the determiner of concepts, and the existence of concepts must be founded on judgment. A judgment is the connection of two opposed concepts, which is a unity of opposites. Judgment consists of two moments, the first of which identifies the object of the judgment, the second of which designates the category within which the object should be placed. Both are reliant on each other, and there is an identity between them. There is also a contradiction between the particular and the universal, and it is this contradiction which is the source of the motion of judgment, moving from the individual case to 219. The more general and finally to the universal. Fifth, the motion of judgment is linked to the development of human practice and science. For a judgment to disclose a concept's internal moments, interconnections, and relationships, there must be definite scientific knowledge and human practice as the premise. Previous knowledge is essential, without it there can be no new knowledge and judgments cannot be made. Similarly, if humans do not come into contact with an object through practice, the perceptions and experience necessary to create knowledge are absent. Inference. When Lee turns his attention to inference, he argues that it constitutes the highest form of the motion of thought, for just as judgment is a development of concept, inference is a development of judgment. 19. Inference is thus a unity of concept and judgment. Lee suggests that, while the valuable kernel of Hegel's theory of inference can be accepted, dialectical materialism rejects its idealism which perceives inference as creating its object. In contrast, Marxism's philosophy of dialectical materialism places inference on a material basis. First, dialectical materialism perceives inference, like judgment and concept, as a reflection of the interconnected laws of the objective world. Inference is, however, an even more profound reflection than judgment and concept, and at a higher level. Second, from a dialectical materialist perspective, the nub of the theory of inference is the reflection of content in the form of inference. Only if inference correctly utilizes induction and deduction does it conform to the principles of dialectical materialism and provide a correct reflection of content. Third, the highest form of inference is necessary inference. This is a reflection, in the form of thought, of the necessary motion, tendencies, relationships, and connections in the development of the internal essence and self-motion of objective things. The process of inference must reflect the conclusion of this process of development, not only its present connections, but also its future developmental tendencies. Only conclusions derived in this way constitute concrete truth. Fourth, from a dialectical perspective, necessary inference establishes the dialectical relationship between the particular and the universal. It reflects the motion from individual things to those which are universal, and draws out the general tendencies and laws of motion from the mass of concrete individual things. In this can be seen the employment of inductive inference. Although induction allows scientific conclusions and predictions, inference must also employ deduction in analyzing new phenomena. Fifth, 220 elements of sociology, epistemology, and logic. Inference sets out from practice and returns to practice. The experience accumulated by humans through the practice of social production constitutes the basis of inference. The truth of the conclusions of inference must be verified through practice and move to practice. Analysis and synthesis, induction and deduction. Lee continues that the construction of concepts, and the making of judgments and inferences, necessarily follows the unified process of analysis and synthesis. namely the process of the movement from perceptual to logical knowledge. 20 Humans firstly analyze ideas, Lee suggests, at the level of perception and abstract from them the simplest determinative essence. This abstraction is a materialist abstraction, but it is also an analytical abstraction. The essence of analysis is to reduce things to their simplest element. The task of analysis is to discover the universal in the individual instance, and in phenomena discover essence and law. However, scientific knowledge does not cease at this stage, according to Lee, but must recreate the object in thought. To do this it must move from the simplest determinations and relationships to complex determinations and relationships. Synthesis applied to the laws of development of the content of the simplest relationships arrives at a rich totality of multifarious determinations and relationships. In Capital, Marx set out from commodity relationships, the simplest form of relationship, and, through synthesis, was able to reveal the laws of emergence and development of contemporary society and its various contradictions. There is a dialectical unity between analysis and synthesis. Analysis is the premise for synthesis, and synthesis guides analysis. Lee proceeds to argue that induction and deduction are, from a dialectical materialist point of view, an indivisible unity. Inductive logic and deductive logic are not separate, as formal logic claims. 21 Inductive logic cannot explain or comprehend change and development, and its conclusions are partial, unresolved, and neither necessary nor universal. Deductive logic, on the other hand, draws conclusions from general premises. The three stages of formal logic are based on deduction. They are premised on axioms and fundamental theorems. These are often the result of countless years of the social practice of humanity, and so deductive inference is often correct. Premises which are not verified through practice are, however, subjective and lead to incorrect. 221. Conclusions. But major premises of deduction are themselves derived through inductive inference, and so induction and deduction cannot be separated. Dialectical materialism perceives induction and deduction as both being inferences, but the two are not separate methods, they are dialectical moments, a unity within dialectics. Lee again reiterates the point that human knowledge emerges from practice. Humans are a part of the material world, and through their struggle to change nature they change themselves. Humans establish a definite relationship between themselves and nature, one in which they know the distinctions and relationships between themselves and nature. At the same time, the various relationships of the natural world continually appear in human perceptions and ideas. Consequently, humans are able to know the laws of development of the natural world, and to actively transform it. In the same way, through social practice, humans also come to understand the laws of development of society, and can therefore move to change society in a positive way. In social practice, the development and motion of the relationships of the objective world ceaselessly act on humans, and are accumulated in perceptions and ideas to become the raw material of thought. In the same way, thought has a dynamic and positive relationship with the objective world. In the abstract process of thought, humans analyze and at the same time synthesis the direct and concrete. In the unified process of analysis and synthesis, the motion of the relationship between the concepts we employ reflects the process of development of the objective world. That which impels the motion of concepts is internal contradiction, but these oppositions are dialectical and interpermeating. Consequently, within the process of thought, the change from phenomenon to essence, form to content, and so on, reflects the reality of the development of the objective world, and arrives at knowledge at the level of synthesis. Thought must then move again to practice. It is only practice, Lee reaffirms, which can verify the knowledge of the laws of development of the history of the objective world. It is only practice which can grasp the concreteness of historical objects. But practice and knowledge are an indivisible unity. Practice is the basis of knowledge, knowledge is the impetus behind practice. Practice verifies the truth of knowledge and actively changes the objective world. According to Lee, therefore, knowledge of the objective world adopts the following sequence: practice, direct concrete abstract thought, intermediate concrete practice. This develops through a cyclical form of motion, a dialectical form of development. Knowledge develops as the objective world develops and along with social practice. New. 222 Elements of sociology, epistemology and logic. Contradictions, relationships, and dimensions are constantly revealed in the process of the history of social practice, and these impinge on human consciousness to create new contradictions between objective and subjective. This impels new movement in thought, pushing it to a higher stage in which thought grasps the objective world more fully, profoundly, and concretely. At the same time, social practice actively and dynamically changes the world. This cyclical motion of thought is thus a developmental process from relative to absolute truth. Critique of formal logic. There are, according to Lee, two approaches to the methodology of thought: 22 formal logic and dialectical logic. 23 He argues that all metaphysicians and idealists have employed formal logic, venerating it as a scientific approach for the methodology of thought. It is, they claim, a tool which is applicable in any era, any country, and for all people. It can also supposedly be applied to any science, any problem, or any happening. Formal logic, Lee explains, recognizes three basic laws of thought: the laws of identity, contradiction, and excluded middle, and perceives these three laws to be the basis of the construction of concepts and the making of judgments and inferences. Without these laws, formal logic claims, human thought would be entirely impossible. The law of identity in formal logic has the formula A is a or A is equivalent to a. In other words, a thing or concept has identity with itself or an equivalent thing or concept. This makes for a static view, according to Lee, one which does not allow for development or change. This law expresses an abstract identity, one which excludes or rejects all identities which are different. The second law of formal logic, that of contradiction, has the formula A is not A. This is another manifestation of the law of identity, but expressed in negative form. This law only expresses abstract difference, Lee suggests, for formal logic cannot know identity or difference on the basis of time unity of identity and difference. It cannot perceive the identity between different things. It cannot perceive the moment of negation in affirmation and the moment of affirmation in negation, and therefore does not allow that things can at the same time be both affirmation and negation. The third law of formal logic is that of excluded middle. Its formula is A is B or is not B. According to this law, where there are two mutually opposed judgments, one must be the truth and the other must be incorrect. It does not allow the possibility of a third judgment. For example, in mathematics, the debate about whether a line is or is not straight should allow the possibility that. Elements of sociology, epistemology and logic. 223. Both views are correct. The law of excluded middle expresses abstract opposition, Lee charges, and rejects opposition based on the unity of opposites. However, all things in the objective world are a unity of opposites. Each aspect of an opposition constitutes the premise for its opposite, and in fact demands the existence of that opposite. At the same time, each aspect is the negation of its opposite and demands that its opposite not exist. Therefore, each aspect affirms and negates its opposed aspect, and there is a relationship of both affirmation and negation between opposed aspects. The struggle between contradictory things can only be resolved through struggle. If we wish to understand the necessity of things, we must understand their internal relationships, understand their unity of opposites. The law of excluded middle, on the other hand, recognizes only one aspect of the contradiction and negates the other, thus expressing only a formal opposition. In objective reality, however, abstract oppositions do not exist. Lee's critique of formal logic has four dimensions. First, formal logic is subjectivist. It does not penetrate into the content of things, and provides only a one-sided, superficial, and abstract reflection of the relationships of a complete entity, providing instead laws of thought which perceive things as eternally unchanging. The truths it provides are thus abstract truths, truths which allow a consistency between truth and the laws of thought, but not between thought and the real world. Second, Formal logic completely lacks a developmental perspective, seeing stasis and immobility as the basis for coming to know things. This view does not allow for the growth or extinction of things. Third, formal logic completely lacks a perspective on interconnectedness, things are themselves or not, and there are no relationships. It thus provides a one-sided and partial perspective, seeing things in isolation. Fourth, the principles of formal logic are isolated from social practice. Whether human thought is or is not in conformity with the objective world is a matter for social practice. Formal logic's laws of thought are thus abstract constructions separate from the real world, formulae without content which cannot be verified through social practice. Lee continues that, in contrast to formal logic's approach to the construction of knowledge, the logic of dialectical materialism is premised on the materiality of the objective world, a world which is changing and developing as a result of contradictions internal to things and processes. The logic of dialectical materialism perceives the interconnectedness of things, and recognizes that the identity which exists between tilings is conditional, temporary, and relative. The laws it generates are not, like those of formal logic, abstract laws, but laws which reflect development and change in reality. Dialectical logic, unlike formal logic, can constitute the method of science. 224. Lee then turns to a critique of Plekhanov's interpretation of the relationship between formal and dialectical logic. While Plekhanov had defended dialectical logic, he believed that it was appropriate to employ formal logic to study things which were immobile and at rest, and that dialectical logic should be employed to study things which were moving and changing. Lee points out that immobility is merely a phase in the process of change and development of a thing. Immobility is thus a temporary and relative condition, and this condition must also be observed from a dialectical perspective. Plekhanov's mistake lay in not understanding the law of the unity of opposites and in endorsing the validity of the abstract law of identity. Another error identified by Lee is the separation of theory and practice, perceiving theory as the domain of dialectical logic and practice the domain of formal logic. However, practice is the foundation for the development of knowledge. Practice is therefore also the premise for knowledge arrived at through dialectics. Lee concludes by suggesting that formal logic does have a role to play. However, that role is limited to abstract forms of knowledge, such as mathematics. Historical materialism. The second half of Elements of Sociology returns to the theme, extensively canvassed in Lee Da's earlier writings on historical materialism, of the relationship between the economic structure of society, the political and legal superstructures, and forms of consciousness and ideology. We will not tarry here, for the burden of what Lee has to say on these issues is in large part a reiteration and expansion of his already established viewpoint that there exists a dialectical causal interaction between the various levels of the social totality, but that the economic structure or base retains overall dominance. 24. Lee stresses that humans are social animals and that their lives are intimately connected with the forms of economic production which prevail in their society. 25. In societies characterized by hostile class formations, humans have no alternative but to belong to one or other of the classes, and their political activities and consciousness are inevitably a function of class. However, politics and consciousness are not merely passive social entities, mechanically created by society's economic structure. They are dynamic, and capable of exerting an influence on the economic structure. Lee's explication stresses the interaction between base and superstructure, but at the same time emphasizes the continuing causal dominance of economics. Elements of Sociology, Epistemology and Logic. 225. As stated above, the economic structure is the base of society, and the political, legal superstructure and the ideological superstructure are established on this base and are determined by it. However, these two superstructures, while determined by the base, exert a definite reactive influence on the base. In the process of development of society, the political and legal superstructure and ideological superstructure are not only dependent social phenomena, both exert an influence, and indeed influence the development of the economic structure and consequently become dynamic social phenomena. This is the reactive influence of the superstructure on the base. However, the reactive influence of the superstructure on the base, when looked at from the perspective of origins and results, definitely does not exert the same influence as does the base on the superstructure. The possibility of a reactive influence of the superstructure on the base derives from the developmental force which the superstructure derives from the base. 26. For Lida, therefore, politics could exert a significant influence in economic development, either positively or negatively. But this capacity to facilitate or hinder economic development derived from developments occurring within the economic base. The same was true of ideology. When ideology correctly reflected the economic structure and political superstructure, it could reveal their laws of development, thus allowing humans to transform economics and politics and thus facilitate social progress. In the same way, ideology which did not accurately reflect the laws of development of economics and politics could hinder social and economic progress. The task of the revolutionary science of historical materialism was, however, to perceive ideology in its social and economic context, and to make a distinction between material change and ideological forms, for the latter had to be explained by reference to the contradictions of material life, and especially the contradiction between society's forces and relations of production. 27. Elements of sociology and Marxism in China. Elements of Sociology stands as one of the classic works of Marxist philosophy in China. It traverses virtually all of the substantive problematic theoretical issues addressed by Marxist philosophers and theorists in Europe and the Soviet Union, and provides a solid theoretical foundation on which other Marxists in China, including Mao Zedong, could build. This contribution to the development of Marxism in China has been widely acknowledged in China, and Li De is recognized as one of the preeminent Chinese Marxist intellectuals of the 20th. 226 Elements of Sociology, Epistemology and Logic. Century. The very limited recognition received by Li De and his Elements of Sociology in Western interpretations of Marxism in China reveals only too clearly the incomplete and selective nature of those interpretations. And this selectivity is not without implications, for a close analysis of the writings of Li De can tell us much about the early influences on Marxist philosophy and theory in China. In particular, it demonstrates that Marxism in China had strong genealogical links with European and Soviet Marxism and was not, therefore, as aberrant and idiosyncratic as many Western interpretations would have us believe. It is evident, as I have suggested in the course of the last 3 chapters, that the most significant influence on Li De's Elements of Sociology was orthodox Soviet philosophy of the post-1931 period. This is not to say that Li De was entirely dependent on Soviet philosophy for his understanding of Marxist philosophy. Indeed, we saw in Chapter 5 that Li had, prior to 1931, studied and translated the works of many Japanese, European and Russian Marxist theorists. Nevertheless, by Li's own testimony, the post-1931 Soviet texts on philosophy constituted the model after which Elements of Sociology was fashioned, and a comparison of the texts by Mitin, and by Shirokov and Eisenberg, with Elements of Sociology indicates just how powerful that influence was. Elements of Sociology thus stands not only as a testimony to Li De's stature as a Marxist theorist, but as evidence of the powerful and pervasive influence exercised by orthodoxy on his understanding of Marxism. The significance of this for the development of Marxism in China is great indeed. As we saw in Chapter 6, Elements of Sociology constituted one of the major texts to influence Mao Zedong's understanding of Marxist philosophy. The rendition of Marxist philosophy found in Elements of Sociology served to complement and reinforce the message Mao derived from the writings of Mitin and Shirokov and Eisenberg, which Mao read and annotated so assiduously in 1936–37. Mao's endorsement of this interpretation of Marxist philosophy in his own writings on philosophy, and in particular on contradiction and on practice, has meant that the influence of post-1931 Soviet philosophy on Marxism in China has been an enduring one. Indeed, for the most part, This interpretation of Marxist philosophy is still accepted in China as the correct and orthodox version. It is no coincidence that Li Da's Elements of Sociology has been accorded high praise by party theorists in post-Mao China, for its explication of Marxist philosophy is still perceived as valid and accurate some 60 years after its composition. 227. The significance of Elements of Sociology to the development of Marxism in China is thus twofold. First, this massive tome and dialectical and historical materialism represented, as Mao himself pointed out, the first major text on Marxist philosophy to be written by a Chinese scholar. Its authorship by a Chinese lent it a cachet in China which the translations of foreign texts on Marxist philosophy could not hope to achieve. Second, while its author was Chinese and this fact did much to add legitimacy to the book and reinforce its popularity, Li Da's interpretation of Marxist philosophy was not, in itself, particularly Chinese. On the contrary, Li's purpose in writing Elements of Sociology was to bring to Chinese readers a comprehensive analysis of Marxist philosophy as this was represented in post-1931 Soviet philosophical discourse. In doing so, he contributed significantly to the dissemination in China of concepts and modes of thought characteristic of the form of Marxism which had achieved dominance in the international communist movement, and which had universal pretensions. Elements of Sociology thus represented a conduit through which ideas from beyond the Chinese context could pass into the parlance and thinking of Marxists in China. And while Elements of Sociology was not the only such medium for the transmission of Marxist ideas to Marxists in China, it was one of the most influential. Li Da wrote Elements of Sociology in the early 1930s while not a member of the Chinese Communist Party. His continued commitment to the cause of the dissemination of Marxist theory in China remained unabated despite his departure from the party which he had helped found. His status as an independent, non-party Marxist intellectual gave him a degree of autonomy which he might otherwise not have enjoyed, and his most productive years were those spent outside the party. By temperament, Li was ill-suited to meek obedience to authority which he perceived as mistaken. How then would he respond to the victory of the Chinese Communist Party in 1949 and his readmission to the party? How would he react to the new orthodoxy Mao Zedong thought and his role of explicating and disseminating this new orthodoxy? In the following two chapters, we will evaluate Li's post-1949 writings on philosophy and theory, paying particular attention to his philosophical and personal relationship with Mao Zedong. This relationship, for the most part a cordial one, had its darker side, for Li was more than a little dubious about the ideological direction China took in the late 1950s and early 1960s. Initially, however, he was the post-1949 regime's faithful servant, and his explications of Mao Zedong. 223. Thought of the early 1950s did much to disseminate and popularize the ideology of China's new leader. Notes. 1. See NickKnight, Mao Zedong on Dialectical Materialism, Writings on Philosophy, 1937, pages 132-53, also Selected Words of Mao Zedong, Volume I, pages 295-309. 2. Li Da, Elements of Sociology, in Li Da Wenji, Volume 2, p. 208, CFMB. Maiden, Xinjexta Dagang, pages 341-43. 3. Elements of Sociology, pages 208-11. 4. Cf. Shirokov and Eisenberg, Beikengenfawii Wolunjwaken, p. 193. 5. The importance of conceiving of the process of knowledge production from a social perspective which stresses the practice of the human subject also appears in Shirokov and Eisenberg, A Course on Dialectical Materialism, pages 191-203, also Maiden, Bayan Zenfowii Wutunyu Lashiwi Wulun, pages 195-206. 6. Elements of Sociology, pages 211-23. 7. Cf. Maiden, Dialectical and Historical Materialism, pages 172 to 86, also Meithen, Outline of New Philosophy, pages 341 to 61. 8. Elements of Sociology, pages 223 to 32. 9. Cf. Meithen, Outline of New Philosophy, pages 347 to 48. 10. Cf. Ibid, pages 351 to 54. 11. Elements of Sociology, pages 232 to 39. 12. Cf. Meithen, Dialectical and Historical Materialism, pages 173 to 75. 13. Cf. Ibid, p. 155 to 56. 14. It is very probable that Ledet drew much of his information for this entire section on perceptions from Meithen, Outline of New Philosophy, pages 341 to 61, but cf. also Shirokov and Eisenberg, A Course on Dialectical Materialism, pages 193 to 222. In this latter source, the practice of the human subject is particularly emphasized. 15. Elements of Sociology, pages 239 to 49. 16. Cf. Meithen, Outline of New Philosophy, pages 361 to 65. 17. On Concepts in the Epistemology of Dialectical Materialism, see Meithen, Outline of New Philosophy, pages 365 to 73. 18. Elements of Sociology, pages 249 to 55. On Judgment and Inference in the Epistemology of Dialectical Materialism, see Meithen, Outline of New Philosophy, pages 373 to 97. 19. Elements of Sociology, pages 255 to 60. 20. Ibid, pages 261 to 67. Cf. Meithen, Outline of New Philosophy, pages 397 to 406. 21. Induction and deduction are discussed in Meithen, Outline of New Philosophy, pages 406 to 13. 229. 22. An editorial note explains that Lee was not satisfied with this section on formal logic and revised it in 1961 in Wiebian Zenfadagang. For more on Outline of Dialectical Materialism, see Chapter 10. 23. Elements of Sociology, pages 267 to 80. Cf. Meithen, Outline of New Philosophy, pages 413 to 18. See also Knight, Mao Zedong on Dialectical Materialism, pages 159-63 for Mao's critique of formal logic. 24. Li's views on this subject also appear in his Jingjixiu Dagang, first published in 1935. See especially Li Da's preface. 25. Elements of Sociology, pages 286 to 89. 26. Ibid, p. 292. 27. Ibid, pages 292 to 93. 9. LIDAANDMAOZEDONGTHOUGHT. The period between the publication of the Shanghai edition of Elements of Sociology in 1937 and his readmittance to the Chinese Communist Party in December 1949 was the least productive in Li Da's otherwise long and highly productive career. After the relative stability of his years in Beiping, Li's life was overtaken by the turmoil and instability of the anti-Japanese war and the Civil War which followed, and this was to have a significant impact on his ability to research and write. Between 1937 and the end of 1938, Li held positions at Guangxi University and at the Zhongshan University in Guangdong, and in January 1, 1939 he moved to Chongqing where, at the bidding of the Communist Party, he again lectured on dialectical materialism to Fenyuxiang and his research center. From the autumn of 1940 to July 1941, he reassumed his position at Zhongshan University, but as a result of interference from the Kuomintang educational authorities, he lost his job, and for the next 6 years he was without a university position, living mainly in his native Lingling County in Hunan Province. In the spring of 1947, he gained a teaching position at Hunan University, but was given teaching duties in the university's law department. While he was less familiar with the subject of law than philosophy or economics, he threw himself into this new task with his characteristic enthusiasm and tenacity. The result was the publication in 1947 of his lectures on law under the title Felixu Dagang. This 250,000-character monograph analyzed the essence and function of law from the perspective of historical materialism, and is uncompromisingly Marxist in its approach. With his readmittance to the Chinese Communist Party in December 1949, a new chapter opened in Li Da's life as a philosopher and theorist. Not only was he now an active participant in the political life of the new People's Republic of China, but the facilities necessary for the realization of his immense potential as a theorist were now also 231 available to him. Between 1950 and his death in 1966, a steady stream of articles, chapters, books, pamphlets, published lectures, newspaper and magazine columns, addresses and reports flowed from his pen. His writings from this post-liberation period traverse a large variety of subjects, but as with his pre-1949 writings, focus primarily on philosophy, social science, and the law. Li's readmittance to the party was also significant insofar as he was now regarded as one of the party's senior intellectual figures, and an authority on the party's theoretical and ideological system. He was once again inside the party, with all that implied for what could and could not be said and written. Before 1949, Li had been preoccupied with the elaboration of Marxist philosophy and theory and its dissemination within China. He had been particularly concerned that the interpretation of Marxism which reached the revolutionary movement was the correct, the orthodox version. We noted in a previous chapter the shift in Li's approach to dialectical materialism as a result of the shifting orthodoxy in the Soviet Union between 1929 and 1931, and his own Elements of Sociology contained a very comprehensive elaboration of the orthodoxy then current in Soviet philosophical circles. Moreover, many of his writings of the early 1920s had adopted a polemical tone in pursuit and defense of the orthodox Marxist interpretation of the materialist conception of history. But Li had not just propagated orthodoxy because it was orthodoxy, but because he held it to be true. Where truth and orthodoxy intersected, Li had been relentless in its propagation. He had shown himself prepared, at great personal cost, to distance himself from an official line which he believed to be incorrect or anti-Marxist. His departure from the party in 1923 is the obvious example. Li's relationship with orthodoxy was thus an ambiguous one. He was its faithful and relentless servant as long as he held it to be true, and in the past he had been prepared to face the chill winds of political disfavor rather than speak false. But could Li's personal integrity survive his readmission to the party in 1949 and the enormous power and authority wielded by the originator of China's new orthodoxy, Mao Zedong? It is clear that Li's ability to adopt an independent position shrank considerably in the 1950s and 1960s, and although he occasionally held strong dissenting views in theory and politics, he limited himself to an oral expression of these rather than committing them to paper. For example, his heated verbal disagreement with Mao over the Great Leap Forward finds no expression in his writings of that time. Similarly, his adamant refusal to accept the new orthodoxy of Lin Biao in the early 1960s is not reflected in his writings. The changed climate of power after 1949 and Li's prominent position within its intellectual hierarchy thus created opportunity and challenge, as well as serious restrictions. The most significant challenge faced by Li was how to respond to the elaboration of Mao Zedong thought. As we will see in the course of this and the next chapter, Li worked energetically to propagate the theoretical system of Mao Zedong thought, but would demur in private from some of its more radical implications, particularly when these transgressed Li's understanding of the materialist conception of history. Lida, Mao Zedong, and Mao Zedong thought. Li's association with Mao Zedong III commenced at the time of the establishment of the Chinese Communist Party, though Li's reputation had reached Mao earlier through his articles and translations, particularly those in the Communist, and it is evident that Mao thought highly of Li as a theorist and educator, for in 1922, Mao wrote to Li, inviting him to take up the position of principal at the Hunan Self-Study University, and to edit the university's journal, New Age. As Li's Chinese biographies recount, Li and Mao were then constantly in each other's company, discussing questions of Marxist theory and the Chinese Revolution, and they formed a militant friendship. This early friendship between Li and Mao was to survive Li's break with the party in 1923, and it is evident that Mao retained his respect for Li's qualities as a propagandist and theorist. In August 1936, in a letter to another Hunan SF friend, Yi Lirong, Mao asked whether Yi had kept in contact with Lida and his wife, Wang Huivu. He also mentioned that he had read Li's translation and expressed admiration for it. He also expressed the hope that Yi could maintain cordial relations with Li and his wife. 6. Following the publication of the Shanghai edition of Elements of Sociology in May 1937, Li sent a copy to Mao. As we observed in Chapter 6, Mao was highly impressed with this volume, reading and annotating it many times. He wrote to Li to congratulate him and to ask him to send 10 more copies of the book to Yan'an. 7. At the beginning of the Yan'an period, Mao's thought had not yet become the dominant ideology of the Chinese Communist Party as it would in the early to mid-1940s, particularly following the 7th Party Congress in 1945. While Mao's leadership position was much more secure following his decisive victory at the Zunyi Conference in January 1935, his influence in matters of doctrine extended primarily to military tactics and questions of political strategy, and even here, Mao's views on such issues were certainly not beyond dispute. There was no cult of Mao or 233. His thought, and he had not yet gained the reputation as philosopher which he would later acquire. Indeed, Mao undertook, in late 1936 and early 1937, a period of intensive study of dialectical materialism in order to broaden and deepen his understanding of this politically important and sensitive area of Marxism. 8. As we observed earlier, a major source of influence at this time were the post-1931 Soviet texts and philosophy translated by Chinese intellectuals like Lida and Ai Saiki. Moreover, the writings of these two Chinese intellectuals, also heavily influenced by contemporary Soviet philosophy, were themselves to become an integral part of the constellation of texts which Mao read and drew, either directly or indirectly, into his own essays and lectures and philosophy. Mao's philosophical writings of 1937 thus bear the unmistakable imprint of these Soviet sources and the Chinese texts inspired by them. Mao's On Practice and On Contradiction 0 July and August 1937, essays which were to become the cornerstone of Chinese Marxism after 1949, were thus the vehicle whereby the concepts, categories, laws, and modes of thought characteristic of orthodox Soviet philosophy of the 1931-36 period, were drawn into mainstream Chinese Marxism. And while Mao may have developed certain of the ideas in the Soviet texts, and provided Chinese illustration of the abstract formulations of dialectical materialism, the consistency between his writings on Marxist philosophy and those of the Soviet philosophical texts is quite apparent. This consistency was a major factor predisposing Lida to expend considerable energy elaborating the content of Mao's On Practice and On Contradiction following their revision and official publication in the early 1950s. Li could undertake this task with good conscience, not just because Mao's philosophical essays were the new orthodoxy, but because they accorded with M's own understanding of Marxist philosophy. Li's explanatory notes for reading On Practice and On Contradiction were originally written and published in installments in the journal Xing and Shi, but were later combined into 2 separate booklets, and in 1979 published as a single volume. 9. Indeed, it was Mao himself who suggested to Li, in a letter of March 27, 1951, that he assemble his explanations into a single pamphlet so that it can be widely circulated. 10. It is clear from Mao's two letters to Li of March 1, 951 and September 1, 952 that Li had kept closely in touch with Mao regarding his explanatory notes, sending drafts to Mao for his comment. According to Chinese sources, Mao did make some fairly substantial suggestions, actually adding a paragraph of 5 lines to Li's elaboration of On Practice. 11. The general tenor of Mao's response is, however, positive and congratulatory. This explanation is excellent and will play a great role in disseminating. 234. Materialism via popular language. In the past, little has been done in disseminating dialectical materialism in popular language, and this is what the broad masses of working cadres and young students urgently need. I hope you will write more articles. 12. Reading Mao Zedong's On Practice. The laudatory comments with which Li De introduces his Shijian Lunjiashuo set the tone for his subsequent exegetical treatment of Mao's essay, On Practice is, he asserts, a development of the Marxist-Leninist theory of practice. It is the foundation of Mao Zedong thought, and integrates basic principles of dialectical materialism with the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution. It is a theory of action for the Chinese Revolution, and is the scientific summation of Mao Zedong's methodology of thought and work. On Practice particularly points out the two most outstanding characteristics of dialectical materialism, namely its class character and its practicality, and it makes clear that dialectical materialism is the philosophy of the proletarian revolution. 13. On Practice makes it very clear, Li continues, that practice is the only criterion of truth. Li does not, however, delve too deeply into why it is that some people's practice seems to be correct and leads to success, whereas others is incorrect and leads to failure. The problem, he suggests, is that there has not been a correct reflection of the laws of the external world in the minds of the latter, and consequently they cannot achieve the objectives they anticipated. How this correct reflection is to be achieved, however, we are not told, although we should not expect too much of these explanatory notes when Mao's own essay is largely silent on this problem as well. 14. Nevertheless, Li repeats the point made in his opening remarks that On Practice represents a development of Marxist-Leninist epistemology. It is a development, he asserts, insofar as Mao had emphasized the dialectical character of the process of knowledge, setting out from reality and practice, gaining perceptions of reality, from there moving to the realm of thought, and from thought moving back to reality and practice, the entire process continually repeated with knowledge becoming more complete with each cycle in the process. Mao's identification of the unity of theory and practice, with practice as its basis, was thus a major contribution to Marxist philosophy. 15. 235. The exegetical section of Li Da's explanation adopts the form of a detailed elaboration of each paragraph of Mao's On Practice. The language used is relatively simple, and illustrations and explanations are provided of each point made in Mao's essay. Rather than attempting to summarize each of Li's elaborations, several examples are provided below in translation following their relevant sections of On Practice. This will provide the reader with a sense of the style adopted by Li to explicate Mao's interpretation of the epistemology of dialectical materialism. However, the following extracts have been chosen not only because they demonstrate the explicatory style adopted by Li, but also because they bear on one of the important themes we have pursued thus far through Li's writings, his understanding of the materialist conception of history and, in particular, the relationship between economic base and superstructure. Above all, Marxists regard man's activity in production as the most fundamental practical activity, the determinant of all other activities. Man's knowledge depends mainly on his activity in material production, through which he comes gradually to understand the phenomena, the properties and the laws of nature, and the relations between himself and nature, and through his activity in production he also gradually comes to understand, in varying degrees, certain relations that exist between man and man. None of this knowledge can be acquired apart from activity in production. In a classless society every person, as a member of society, joins in common effort with the other members, enters into definite relations of production with them and engages in production to meet man's material needs. In all class societies, the members of the different social classes also enter, in different ways, into definite relations of production and engage in production to meet their material needs. This is the primary source from which human knowledge develops. Dialectical materialism extended from the realm of nature to the realm of society to become historical materialism. The general points of historical materialism are: the most important and basic task of humans living in society is the acquisition of the aspects of material life necessary to keep them alive. Consequently, before people can engage in political activities and other spiritual and cultural activities, they must first engage in productive activities to satisfy the requirement for the necessities of life such as clothing, food, shelter, and so on. If humans are to obtain the necessities of life, they must participate in social production. In the process of social production, there emerges amongst them definite and necessary relationships which do not change at will, in other words, relations of production appropriate to the level of development of the material productive forces prevailing at that time. The totality of these relations of production constitutes the base of society. The viewpoints of politics, law, religion, art, and literature, and philosophy, and the systems appropriate to these, are the superstructure which is determined by the base. Although there are many forms of social practice, Marxists consider the productive activities 236 of humans to be the most fundamental practical activity, and the one which determines all other activities. Human beings, since their evolution from the higher primates to primitive people, have collectively extracted from nature the necessities of life with which to sustain their existence. In this process, they came into contact with countless objects of the natural world, realizing firstly that they are themselves different from these objects of nature. Over a long period of productive activity, they gradually came to know water, fire, wind, snow, clouds, rain, movement, plants, air, and other natural phenomena. They perceived the movement of the sun and the moon, the alternation of day and night, the annual growth and maturation of plants, and so on. They thus came to comprehend the characteristics and laws of natural objects, and moreover, in conformity with their characteristics and laws were often able to use nature, to overcome and transform it. There was thus an exchange of matter between activity and the natural world, with humans using their labor power on the objects of nature and the natural world giving humans the things that they needed. Humans accordingly come to realize that they dwell in nature, and a constant and mutual relationship emerged between humans and nature. Humans moreover recognize that, within productive activities, they must form definite relations for the mutual exchange of their labor, for only by so doing will they be able to extract from nature the necessities of life. These mutual relations are relations of production. All other social relations emerge on the basis of these relations of production. Over a long period of productive activity, humans were able gradually and to varying degrees to recognize the definite relations between humans, namely to recognize the relations of production and the other social relations which have developed on these relations of production. All of this knowledge of the relations between humans and nature, and between humans themselves, is derived in the process of production, and has moreover been used to guide productive activities and to promote production. In primitive classless society, all humans toiled and each was his or her own master. Initially, they knew that, in order to obtain the necessities for life, it was necessary to divide the work of gathering and hunting according to distinctions in age and gender. With the change from a nomadic to a settled existence, and from a gathering economy to one based on production, they formed clans and, on the basis of a definite division of labor, exchanged their labor and formed relations of production which were equal. They ran agricultural activities and raised livestock, and subsequently operated handicrafts as well. The forces of production consequently gradually developed and material life became more prosperous. However, subsequent to the division of labor and the emergence of private property, there began to emerge in society a distinction between a slave-owning and a slave class, and society then changed into the earliest class society, which was a slave society, class society has passed through slave society, feudalism, and capitalism. These three class societies have all been divided into two great opposed classes. The relations of production in these societies are basically a function of the relationships between their classes. In slave society, the relations of production formed between slave owners and slaves was a system in which 237. The slave owners not only owned the means of production, but also the slaves. In feudal society, the feudal masters owned the land, and the peasants, fixed to the land, were feudalism's principal labor. In capitalist society, the capitalists own the machines, workshops, raw materials, and the workers sell their labor power. Although the form of the relations of production established in these various class societies is different, they are each a manifestation of the relationship between exploiter and exploited. On the one side is the exploiting class, namely the slave-owning class, the landlords, and the capitalists. They monopolize society's means of production, do not participate in productive labor, and through the exploitation of their opposite class, live prosperous lives. On the other side is the exploited class, namely the slaves, the peasants, and the proletariat. Because they have been deprived of the means of production, they have no alternative but to toil for the exploiting class, obtaining the bare necessities of life and leading an inhuman existence. The exploiting class knows that the exploited class is vastly in the majority, so in order to suppress opposition from the exploited masses, it organizes the power of the state as an institution for the oppression of the antagonistic class and to protect the fiscal and legal forms of the relations of production. This all constitutes a system of exploitation. However, under its inhuman living conditions, the exploited class gradually comes to an awareness of this system of exploitation, and recognizes that the institution of the state reinforces the system of exploitation. It then realizes that it must unite to overthrow the exploiting and oppressing class, and there then breaks out the revolt of the slaves, the revolution of the peasants, and the proletarian revolution. And the knowledge which allows the exploited class to recognize the system of exploitation and initiate class struggle is obtained through the process of production. 17. Man-social practice is not confined to activity in production, but takes many other forms: class struggle, political life, scientific and artistic pursuits. In short, as a social being, man participates in all spheres of the practical life of society. Thus man, in varying degrees, comes to know the different relations between man and man, not only through his material life but also through his political and cultural life. Of these other types of social practice, class struggle in particular, in all its various forms, exerts a profound influence on the development of man's knowledge. In class society everyone lives as a member of a particular class, and every kind of thinking, without exception, is stamped with the brand of a class. There are many aspects of social life in class society, particularly in capitalist society, and many people participate in these real-life activities. Speaking generally, besides activity in production, which is a fundamental form, there are the forms of political activity, science, and art, and all of these are forms of class struggle. Class relations are, in origin, relations of production, and class struggle emerges and develops in the process of production. Because the means of production have been appropriated, the proletariat has, under a wage system, no option but to sell their labor power to the capitalist and to produce surplus value for the capitalist. However, in 23's L/Da and Mao Zedong thought, the process of production they corns to recognize the exploitative system of capitalism, and subsequently realize they must unite and initiate a struggle against the bourgeoisie. At first, this struggle is economic, a struggle to gain improved conditions of labor, but as it proceeds they initiate a political struggle and organize for revolution. Revolution must grasp the correct revolutionary theory. Consequently, the spirit of class struggle must permeate all areas of spiritual culture, such as theory, the arts, philosophy, and this becomes a theoretical struggle. Because reactionary bourgeois thought is consistently dominant in all these realms, the bourgeoisie can employ all reactionary theory, arts, and philosophy as spiritual weapons to rule the proletariat. Similarly, the bourgeoisie relies on economic and state power as a material weapon to rule the proletariat. In order to overthrow capitalist society and establish a socialist society, the proletariat must establish the theory, arts, and philosophy of its own class, thoroughly purge reactionary bourgeois thought and eradicate the disguised and harmful poisons of the enemy. Within class society, each of the opposed classes has its own class thought which emanates from life in a definite class. For more than 100 years, the minds of the Chinese people have been poisoned by feudal, bureaucrat capitalist, and imperialist thought, so that for a long time the revolutionary people were not able to establish correct revolutionary thought. Over the last 30 years, the thought of the people's leader Mao Zedong, forged gradually in revolutionary practice, has become the revolutionary guiding ideology of the people of the entire country, and has permeated the political, economic, and cultural realms, and this is Mao Zedong thought. On the basis of Mao Zedong thought, we must now, from the realms of science, the arts, and philosophy, thoroughly eradicate feudal, comprador, and fascist thought, and develop thought which serves the people. In particular, we must love our country, love the people, establish a new patriotism, eradicate the influence of imperialist invasion on Chinese culture, overcome national inferiority, and strengthen national self-respect and self-confidence, and this will be manifest in the Chinese people also standing up on the ideological front as well. 19. It can be seen from these two excerpts from an explanation of On Practice that Li was in complete agreement with Mao that the starting point for an understanding of social structure and social change was the productive activities in which humans engage in order to pursue their livelihood. Li's elaboration of the emergence of classes and the passage of history through various modes of production with their characteristic class relationships is no more than a summary of the conventional interpretation of historical materialism. There is nothing new here and, indeed, one would not expect novelty in an elaboration of this sort. A number of points about this passage are, however, noteworthy. First, Mao makes it clear in On Practice, one of his most widely read essays, that it is the realm of production which has causal priority in the process of social change. The class relationships into which humans enter at the point of production have a dominating effect, not only on economic 239 relationships, but on political and intellectual relationships as well. All human thought is influenced by class, as Mao insists. Every kind of thinking, without exception, is stamped with the brand of a class. It is often suggested that Mao's understanding of Marxist theory was unorthodox because he failed to recognize sufficiently the materialist underpinnings of human behavior and thought, and yet it is difficult to reconcile this suggestion with the passage we have just examined, for Mao is here doing little more than reiterating one of the most basic premises of historical materialism. Moreover, Mao agreed entirely with Li's more extended elaboration which also stresses the productive base of society as the origin of politics, culture, and philosophy. Neither Mao nor Li believed, however, that the causal relationship between economics, on the one hand, and politics, culture, and ideology on the other, was a one-way affair, with economics immune from the influence of the superstructure. Rather, there was a dialectical interaction between these different areas of the social formation. Although causal dominance resided in the economic realm, we will pursue this link in the chain of Mao and Li's ratiocination shortly, when we turn to Li's elaboration of the appropriate passage of On Contradiction. Second, Li's elaboration raises, as he had done in his previous writings on historical materialism, the issue of ideology as a technique of class domination. The bourgeoisie not only employs its control of economic resources and the political power of its state to force compliance to its will, it uses the various realms of spiritual culture to disseminate and reinforce its class perspective. Reactionary bourgeois thought is dominant in all of these realms, and unless the proletariat is able to formulate and propagate an alternative conception of the world, one which conforms to its own class interests, it will be unable to resist and ultimately overthrow the domination of the bourgeoisie. From this perspective, spiritual culture assumes increased importance as an arena of class struggle. Spiritual culture is not merely a reflection of the economic life of a class. Once formed, it becomes a mode of contention between the competing classes. Consequently, the establishment of correct revolutionary theory by the proletariat becomes an urgent necessity, for without it, its struggle will lack direction and coherence. Li's call for the Chinese to adopt an anti-imperialist patriotism was thus premised on the view that successful prosecution of class struggle requires attention to the ideological realm as well as to the economic and political realms. For Li, historical materialism was a theory which recognized the interaction and interdependence of the various dimensions of social life, but such interaction and interdependence was ultimately built on the primacy of the realm of 240. Production, and it was this recognition of the significance of production which prevented the analysis of ideology from lapsing into an idealist preoccupation with the role of ideas separate from their material origins. As he points out, each class has its own thought which emanates from life in a definite class. This recognition of the interactive character of the different realms of the social formation had been a significant theme in Li Da's earlier interpretive writings on historical materialism. He had never accepted the view that belief in a materialist perspective precluded a belief in the historical significance of politics or spiritual culture. From his earliest writings, he had accepted the possibility, indeed, the desirability of a political revolution, and his many years of painstaking elaboration and dissemination of Marxist theory reveals only too clearly his belief in the importance of struggle in the realm of spiritual culture, of ensuring that the theory employed in revolutionary struggle was correct. Li perceived in Mao's On Practice a similarly appropriate recognition of the significant contribution correct theory could make to the successful prosecution of struggle. He also approved of Mao's recognition of the interrelated and interactive character of social life. Li consequently felt no qualms in writing this detailed elaboration of On Practice, for Mao's interpretation was compatible with Li's own understanding of Marxist theory and philosophy. Not only was Mao's thought, as contained in this essay, the new orthodoxy, it was orthodox by the standards of the Marxist philosophy which both Li and Mao had studied so assiduously in the 1930s. There was thus, at this stage at least, a meeting of minds on how to interpret historical materialism. Reading Mao Zedong's On Contradiction. The reference in On Practice to the interrelated character of the different realms of the social formation is repeated and expanded in Mao's On Contradiction. Here Mao reaffirms, in the name of a dialectical rather than mechanistic materialism, that the relations of production, theory, and the superstructure do exert a reactive influence in certain conditions and indeed can manifest themselves in the principal and decisive role, although he qualifies this by reasserting that the productive forces, economic base, and practice generally do play the principal and decisive role. As I have analyzed this controversial passage in considerable detail elsewhere, 20 let us turn directly to Li Da's elaboration of it. We commence, as before, with the passage from On Contradiction in italics. Li's extended explanation then follows. Li Da and Mao Zedong not 241. Some people think that this is not true of certain contradictions. For instance, in the contradiction between the productive forces and the relations of production, the productive forces are the principal aspect. In the contradiction between theory and practice, practice is the principal aspect. In the contradiction between the economic base and the superstructure, the economic base is the principal aspect, and there is no change in their respective positions. This is the mechanical materialist conception, not the dialectical materialist conception. True, the productive forces, practice, and the economic base generally play the principal and decisive role. Whoever denies this is not a materialist. But it also must be admitted that in certain conditions, such aspects as the relations of production, theory, and the superstructure in turn manifest themselves in the principal and decisive role. When it is impossible for the productive forces to develop without a change in the relations of production, then the change in the relations of production plays the principal and decisive role. The creation and advocacy of revolutionary theory plays the principal and decisive role in those times of which Lenin said, Without revolutionary theory there can be no revolutionary movement, when a task, no matter which, has to be performed, but obstructs the development of the economic base, political and cultural changes become principal and decisive. Are we going against materialism when we say this? No. The reason is that while we recognize that in the general development of history the material determines the mental and social being determines social consciousness, we also and indeed must recognize the reaction of mental on material things, of social consciousness on social being and of the superstructure on the economic base. This does not go against materialism, on the contrary, it avoids mechanical materialism and firmly upholds dialectical materialism. 21. The principal and non-principal aspects of a contradiction undergo mutual transformation, and we have given above many examples to explain this. However, those who hold mechanist materialist opinions assert that the aspects of a contradiction do not undergo mutual transformation. For example, there are those who say that in the contradiction between the forces of production and relations of production, the forces of production are the principal aspect, and that the two aspects do not undergo a mutual transformation. This opinion does not accord with dialectical materialism. From a dialectical materialist perspective, in the contradiction between the forces of production and the relations of production, the forces of production are the most active, most revolutionary element in production, and they are the determinative element in the process of the development of production. The relations of production are compatible with the level of development of the relations of production. As are the forces of production, so will be the relations of production. First there is change and development of society's forces of production, and then the relations of production of the people, and their economic relationships, which are dependent on these changes, give rise to changes which are compatible with the changes in the forces of production. It is evident that the forces of 242 production occupy the principal position in relation to the relations of production. On the other hand, the relations of production also influence the development of the forces of production, and the forces of production are also dependent on the relations of production. Although the relations of production develop as do the forces of production, the relations of production at the same time have a reactive influence on the forces of production, and this is because society's forces of production are constantly developing. When the relations of production are compatible with the nature and condition of the forces of production and give the forces of production room to develop, they can assist the development of the forces of production. Conversely, when the relations of production are incompatible with the nature and condition of the forces of production and give them no room to develop, they then obstruct the development of the forces of production. This is the reactive influence of the relations of production on the forces of production. At such times, the relations of production occupy the principal position in relation to the forces of production. However, such a situation cannot be protracted, for the relations of production cannot continue to hold back the development of the forces of production, and sooner or later the relations of production must become appropriate to the level of development of the forces of production, become compatible with the nature of the forces of production, that is to say, the forces of production still occupy the principal position in the contradiction. However, how are the relations of production able to obstruct the development of the forces of production? It is because the forces of production settle what sort of instruments of production the people use in order to produce their material needs, whereas the relations of production settle the question of ownership, that is, whether there is social or individual ownership. In class society, the means of production are monopolized by a particular class to the detriment of other classes. For example, in capitalist society, the means of production are monopolized by the bourgeoisie, while the proletariat owns nothing apart from its labor power. Therefore, the relations of production of capitalism are the relations between the bourgeoisie and proletariat, are the relations between exploiter and exploited, they are property relations. The relations of production of capitalist society obstruct the development of the forces of production, that is, the property relations of the capitalists perform an obstructive function. An example of this sort of obstruction of the development of the forces of production is the economic crisis which occurs in capitalist countries. Because the capitalist private ownership of the means of production is the common characteristic of the process of production, there then occurs an economic crisis. In order for there to be smooth development of the forces of production, the relations of production of capitalism must be destroyed, and relations of production established which are compatible with the common characteristics of the process of production, and which are compatible with the nature of the forces of production, and these are socialist relations of production. This must be achieved by the proletarian revolution. The economic law that the relations of production must be compatible with the nature of the forces of production still applies in socialist society. The relations of production will still however exercise an effect, namely the fact 243 of the relations of production falling behind the development of the forces of production still exists objectively. However, with social ownership of the means of production as its base, the contradiction between the relations of production and the forces of production in socialism is non-antagonistic. When people discover that the relations of production are incompatible with the development of the forces of production, they can then alter those relations of production so that they become compatible with the nature of the forces of production, and consequently accelerate the development of the forces of production. There are those who suggest that, in the contradiction between theory and practice, practice is the principal aspect of the contradiction and that the respective positions of theory and practice cannot be mutually transformed. This viewpoint is similarly mistaken. Revolutionary practice certainly occupies the principal position in relation to revolutionary theory, but if revolutionary practice does not have the guidance of revolutionary theory, it can change into blind practice and will inevitably suffer defeat, Lenin said. Without revolutionary theory there can be no revolutionary movement. Therefore, when the proletariat wages revolution but lacks the guidance of revolutionary theory, the establishment and advocacy of revolutionary theory exercises the principal and determinative function. This can be observed from the 100 and more years of the revolutionary history of the Chinese people. From the Opium War of 1840, through the Taiping Rebellion, the Sino-French War, the Sino-Japanese War of 1894–95, the Reform Movement of 1898, the Boxer Rebellion, the 1911 Revolution, and down to the May 4th Movement, the revolution of the Chinese people to oppose imperialism and feudalism has been waged unyieldingly and continuously. However, because there was not established a revolutionary theory integrated with the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution, victory could not be achieved. During that period, Chinese progressives went through untold hardships in their quest for truth from Western countries. Hong Xiuquan, Kang Youwei, Yan Fu, and Sun Yat-sen were representative of those who had looked to the West for truth before the Communist Party of China was bombed. The Chinese learned a good deal from the West, but they could not make it work and were never able to realize their ideals. Their repeated struggles, including such a countrywide movement as the Revolution of 1911, all ended in failure. 23 And the integration of the universal truths of Marxism-Leninism and the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution is truly none other than Mao Zedong thought. Because the revolution of the Chinese people has had the guidance of Mao Zedong thought, it has been able to go from one victory to another. This is the best illustration of the exercise of the principal and determinative function of revolutionary theory in relation to revolutionary practice. Also, when we are involved in work of whatever kind, there must be a definite orientation, program, plan, and policy to guide the work. The orientation, program, plan, and policy become, in relation to that work, principal and determinative. At present, our new state is preparing for large-scale economic construction, and is in the process of formulating a major economic plan which will establish the objectives for the struggle of the people of the entire country. The principal and determinative function of the plan in relation to construction is very evident. There are those who say that, in the contradiction between economic base and the superstructure, the economic base is the principal aspect of the contradiction, and the position of the two aspects cannot be mutually transformed. This opinion is also incorrect. The base is the economic structure of society at the given stage of its development. The superstructure is the political, legal, religious, artistic, philosophical views of society and the political, legal, and other institutions corresponding to them. 2. The base is primary, and the superstructure is secondary and is produced by the base. When Stalin talked of the base as the economic structure of society at the given stage of its development, he was referring to the totality of the relations of production compatible with the level of the forces of production in a given stage of development. When the forces of production develop to a higher stage, the relations of production subsequently develop to a higher stage, that is, the economic system of society is transformed into an economic system of a higher stage. Therefore, the economic base of society changes and develops as do the forces of production. Because of the change of society's economic base, the superstructure, which is created by and is compatible with the economic base, also gives rise to change. The superstructure serves the economic base. In antagonistic societies, the superstructure is established to consolidate the economic system which serves the interests of the class which monopolizes the means of production. The superstructure is a class instrument used to control the means of production this class has seized. This instrument of domination can be divided into material and spiritual dimensions. The material instruments of control include the agencies of coercion such as the state, the courts, and the police. The spiritual instruments of control include political, legal, religious, art and literary, as well as philosophical viewpoints. The political and legal systems of these agencies of coercion are compatible with these viewpoints. For example, the imperialist state, in order for the bourgeoisie to dominate the proletariat, not only employs the courts and the police to crush the resistance of the proletariat, it also uses schools, bookstores, newspaper houses, the church, theaters, film. 245. Companies, radio, and so on, to disseminate bourgeois thought in the attempt to anesthetize the broad masses of the proletariat, and hence maintain the capitalist system of private ownership. The superstructure of capitalist society therefore reflects, and moreover serves the capitalist economic base. That the economic base occupies the principal position in relation to the superstructure is an evident truth. However, while the superstructure is created by and reflects the base, that is not to suggest that the superstructure is completely passive and negative towards the base. After the superstructure is established, it possesses dynamic and active strength in relation to the base. Stalin said, the superstructure is a product of the base, but this by no means implies that it merely reflects the base, that it is passive, neutral, indifferent to the fate of its base, to the fate of the classes, to the character of the system. On the contrary, having come into being, it becomes an exceedingly active force, actively assisting its base to take shape and consolidate itself, and doing its utmost to help the new system to finish off and eliminate the old base and the old classes. It cannot be otherwise. The superstructure is created by the base in order to serve it, to actively help it to take shape and consolidate itself, to actively fight for the elimination of the old, moribund base together with its old superstructure. * 9. Therefore, once the superstructure is established, it becomes an exceedingly active force, one which can accelerate or retard or obstruct the development of society. For example, after the bourgeoisie overthrew feudal society, the superstructure it established was compatible with the capitalist economic system, the organs of the bourgeois state and the viewpoints of bourgeois politics, law, religion, art, and literature, philosophy and so on, and these actively help the formation and consolidation of the capitalist economic system. Moreover, it adopted alt methods to assist the capitalist system destroy and eliminate the system of feudalism and the feudal classes, and in so doing allowed the further development of capitalism. However, when the forces of production develop to a definite point, when they come into conflict with capitalist relations of production, the capitalist relations of production obstruct the development of the forces of production. Consequently, the capitalist economic base weakens and goes into decline. However, the bourgeoisie uses the capitalist superstructure to suppress the proletarian revolutionary movement, and attempts to arrest the decline in the capitalist economic base. The superstructure of capitalism thus obstructs the development of society. Thereupon, on the basis of the conflict of the new forces of production and the capitalist relations of production, there emerged Marxism. Marxism mobilized and organized the proletariat. Once the proletariat became organized, it became a powerful revolutionary force, one capable of overthrowing the capitalist superstructure, establishing revolutionary power, and using all its might to eliminate the capitalist economic system and establish a socialist economic system. The relations of production of semi-colonial and semi-feudal China have obstructed the development of new forces of production for many years. The feudal, compradori, and fascist superstructure did its utmost to protect the rotten and declining economic base. However, the working class and its command post, the Chinese Communist Party, armed with Mao Zedong thought, organized the People's Democratic United Front which, under the 246 leadership of the working class and with the worker-peasant alliance as its basis, and uniting with the petty bourgeoisie and national bourgeoisie, became a powerful revolutionary force which finally overthrew the reactionary Kuomintang government, established a state of the people's democratic dictatorship, eliminated the semi-colonial and semi-feudal economic system and established a socialist economic system. It can thus be seen that, although the superstructure is produced by the economic base, once it has been created, it becomes a powerful and positive force. It can be seen from the explanation given above that the forces of production, practice, and the economic base in general perform the principal and determinative role, and of this there can be no doubt. However, it must also be acknowledged that the relations of production, theory, and the superstructure, under definite conditions, can alter to take on the principal and determinative role. This explanation conforms to dialectical materialism, and this is because we acknowledge that in the general development of history, the material determines the spiritual, and social existence determines social consciousness. In other words, we acknowledge that the material life of society and social existence are the principal phenomena, and that the spiritual life of society and social consciousness are secondary phenomena. Spiritual life is a reflection of material life, and social consciousness is a reflection of social existence. In sum, social thoughts, theories, viewpoints, and so on, are a reflection of the conditions of the material life of society. We must set out from the conditions of the material life of society in explaining social thoughts, theories, and viewpoints. We cannot commence from social thoughts, theories, and viewpoints to explain the material life of society. We must explain social consciousness by reference to social existence. We cannot explain social existence by reference to social consciousness. Therefore, social existence plays the determinative function in relation to social consciousness. However, we cannot consequently say that social consciousness plays no reactive role in relation to social existence. In the history of society and in social life, social consciousness performs a positive, reactive function. In antagonistic societies, there are old social thoughts, theories, and viewpoints as well as new social thoughts, theories and viewpoints. The former serve the interests of the rotten reactionary class, and the reactive role they play is the obstruction of the development of society. The latter serve the interests of the newly emerged revolutionary class, and the reactive role they assume in relation to the old society is the elimination of the old society and the establishment of a new society. Therefore, when the decline of the old society commences, and when the conditions of the material life of society have already posed new tasks for society, the newly emerged social thoughts, theories, and viewpoints become a spiritual weapon of the newly emerged revolutionary class, become a material force able to destroy the old social order and establish a new social order. Once Mao Zedong thought, which is a reflection of the laws of development of Chinese society, grasped the broad masses of the people, it became a powerful material force and China's people's revolution went from victory to victory. The reactive influence of social consciousness on social existence is very significant. 26. 247. The first point to be made about this interesting passage is that Mao Zedong had read it and regarded it as a valid elaboration of his views on the relationship between forces and relations of production, between theory and practice, and between economic base and superstructure, and because Mao had read and approved Li's interpretation, it can safely be regarded as virtually an extension of Mao's own writings on Marxist theory. Here was an interpretive passage written by an old friend, one with the deserved reputation of China's foremost Marxist theoretician. Mao respected what Li wrote, and we know that he gave his blessing to these explanatory writings. While the passage obviously mirrors Li's views, its purpose was to expand and illustrate Mao's understanding of the etiology of social change in Marxist theory. This passage thus possesses a double significance. It is not only indicative of Li's understanding of essential features of the new orthodoxy of Mao Zedong thought, it also provides the possibility of an extended insight into Mao's views on the philosophical and theoretical dimensions of Marxism. Second, it is important to emphasize that both Li and Mao decidedly rejected a mechanistic interpretation of historical materialism, one which perceived the forces of production, the economic base, and practice as invariably performing the principal and determinative function. This interpretation was mechanistic insofar as it failed to give sufficient emphasis to the interrelated and interactive character of the various dimensions of the social formation. From this perspective, forces of production always determine the relations of production, the economic base always determines the superstructure, and practice always determines theory. Li and Mao both felt this view failed to grasp the complexity of the social formation and the process of social change. 11 was also bad Marxism, for it failed to apply the basic premises of Marxist philosophy to the interpretation of society. If the laws of dialectics are universal, they must be applicable to the relationships existing within the social formation. The relationship between forces of production and relations of production is therefore necessarily dialectical. While the former normally retains dominance, the two are bound in a relationship in which the latter, on occasion, can exert a reactive influence on the former. Such a view does not attribute unbridled license to the relations of production to dictate the direction or pace of historical change, for its autonomy to act is circumscribed by the existence of the forces of production, its opposite and normally superordinate number in the contradiction, and without which it could not exist. The capacity of the relations of production to influence the forces of production was limited. In those circumstances in which the forces of production were developing, the relations of production could act to impede their further development or, after significant change, to 248. Facilitate their further development. Ultimately, causal dominance resided with the forces of production, for it was the imperative for constant development within them which drove the whole process of social change. The same form of analysis can be provided for Li and Mao's views on the relationship between economic base and superstructure, and between theory and practice. Ultimate dominance resides with the economic base and practice, but the superstructure and theory, in certain historical circumstances, have the capacity to influence their opposite number, although that influence is temporally limited. Mechanistic materialism's portrayal of these relationships is condemned by Li and Mao for its undialectical quality. The process of social change is, they stress, complex, interactive and developing. It is dialectical. To think otherwise is to go against the fundamental premises of Marxist theory. It is thus something of an irony that judgments of Mao's Marxism have frequently adopted the criteria of mechanistic materialism, accepting the invariable dominance of the forces of production and the economic base as the standard of Marxism, and consequently branding Mao an idealist or voluntarist for allowing a role in social change to both the relations of production and superstructure. 27. A reading of Marxism rejected by Mao himself is thus mobilized to underscore his heterodoxy, yet the appeal to this mechanistic Marxist orthodoxy by such critics is threadbare indeed. Mao's two philosophical essays and Li's elaboration of them establish quite different criteria for Marxist orthodoxy. Indeed, in his elaboration, Li invokes the writings of Soviet Marxist philosophy from the early 1930s, which had greatly influenced both he and Mao, to reinforce the orthodoxy of their critique of mechanistic materialism and to reinforce their dialectical perception of the process of social change. What Li and Mao are saying is not new and, as we have seen in previous chapters, has a long genealogy stretching back to the major theoretical figures of European and Soviet Marxism. Before leaving Li Da's explanatory notes on Mao's uncontradicton, it is worth pointing briefly to Li's reassertion that the law of the unity of opposites is the most fundamental law of dialectical materialism. It will be remembered that Li, following the practice of Soviet philosophy of the early 1930s, had made the same point in his Elements of Sociology. Li could therefore happily reinforce and expand Mao's introductory comment that the law of contradiction in things, that is, the law of the unity of opposites, is the basic law of materialist dialectics. 28. Li points to the writings of Marx and Engels which are, he suggests, thoroughly permeated by this law. Marx's Capital and Engels' Anti-Diering and Ludwig Feuerbach and the End of Classical German Philosophy also developed the spirit of this law. Lenin, 2. Brushing. 249. Aside the neo-Kantian distortions of Bernstein and the later errors of Plekhanov, explained and developed the law of the unity of opposites, describing it as the most fundamental and most important law of dialectics, and the law with greatest determinative significance. Li continues that, following in the footsteps of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, Mao Zedong studied the experience of the world proletarian revolution, absorbed the new achievements of contemporary science, and fully, thoroughly, and clearly explained and developed the theory of the law of the unity of opposites. Moreover, he concretely, flexibly, and ingeniously applied this theory to the problems of the Chinese Revolution, established China's revolutionary theory and policies and, using the experience of personally leading the People's Revolution, enriched and developed this theory. On contradiction, like on practice is truly the valuable theoretical result of the integration of the universal truths of Marxism-Leninism and the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution. 29. How to study Mao Zedong thought. As well as this lengthy commentary on Mao's two essays on philosophy, Li wrote a number of other articles whose purpose was to guide the reader in the study of Mao Zedong thought. One of the first of these was an article, published first in Renmin's Hubei in the latter half of 1951 and subsequently republished in several other sources. 30. Read Comrade Mao Zedong's 4 articles from 1926-1929 deals with 4 of the first 5 documents in Volume 1 of the selected works of Mao Zedong. Li introduces these documents by asserting that the glory, greatness, and correctness of the party cannot be separated from the guidance of Mao Zedong thought and states that this guidance is expressed in concentrated form in the writings published over the years by Mao. In the first of the articles from the 1926-29 period, Analysis of the Classes in Chinese Society, Mao had addressed the most significant question of the Chinese Revolution, how to differentiate between the enemies and friends of the revolution. Using the class theory of Marxism-Leninism, Mao had analyzed the various classes of semi-colonial, semi-feudal China, pointing out most importantly that the bourgeoisie in China differed from the bourgeoisie in capitalist countries, for in China there existed a division between the compradori bourgeoisie, the spokesman of imperialism, and the national bourgeoisie, which had a revolutionary character but which was also willing to collude with imperialism. However, the fact that one of its two characters was revolutionary allowed the possibility of a united front between the national bourgeoisie, together with the petty bourgeoisie and semi-proletariat under the leadership of the proletariat. Mao thus very early on arrived at a political formulation which would hold good for the period of the new democratic revolution. Similarly, Mao discerned very early in the revolutionary process that, within the framework of the united front led by the proletariat, the peasantry constituted the most important ally of the Chinese Revolution. This was the essential thrust of his 1927 report on an investigation of the peasant movement in Hunan, which established the theoretical basis for the worker-peasant alliance and the relationship between the party and the peasantry. Mao again discerned economic distinctions within the peasantry, in the struggle to eliminate the landlords, the 70% who were poor peasants could be mobilized for the revolution, the 20%er who were middle peasants had to be united with, and the 9%er of rich peasants had to be neutralized. Mao also discerned that it was necessary to form peasant associations to strike politically at the landlords, and to arm the peasants for defense of their rights. In the third document from this period, Why is that red political power can exist in China, Mao elaborated the reasons why the communist revolution could survive in China despite the serious setbacks of 1927. Of these, the divisions among the enemy stood out, as did the establishment and development of the Red Army, which could take armed struggle to the enemy, under the correct leadership of the party, and relying on the organization of the peasants and workers and the establishment of revolutionary base areas. Red political power could not only survive in China, but prosper as well. However, with the establishment of the Red Army, a new set of problems was created for the Chinese Revolution, and this was the subject of Mao's on correcting mistaken ideas in the party. Here Mao stressed that the Red Army was subject to the control and discipline of the party, for it was impermissible for a purely military viewpoint to emerge which did not recognize the political objectives for which the Red Army fought. Mao also established certain necessary organizational modes of conduct, including criticism and self-criticism, linking with the masses, and the study of Marxism-Leninism and its application to the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution. Lida concludes by asserting that these four documents by Mao established the theoretical premises for the revolutionary struggle in China, premises which gradually led to victory. These documents are thus an expression of Mao's great revolutionary genius. Li wrote other articles which elaborate and extol specific documents written by Mao. 31 others exhort the study of Mao's writings in general. 251. And also urge the application of Mao's thought to particular fields. An example of the latter is an article written at the height of the Great Leap Forward which called for a leap forward in the study of philosophy. 32 Li acknowledged that the study of Marxist-Leninist philosophy had made great strides since liberation, but there were deficiencies. One of these was that many comrades were unwilling to go beyond Stalin's formulations, relying rather on a rather bookish and dogmatist approach to philosophy. 33 The result was philosophical research which bore little relationship to the reality of China's revolution and socialist construction. This dogmatism was in turn manifest in a style of teaching in the area of philosophy which emphasized rote learning and the writing of formalistic, empty essays. Li called for a change, suggesting that a reading of Mao's writings, especially on philosophy, could encourage a great leap forward in philosophy. Not only should the scientific content of Mao's essays be studied, Li asserted, but also Mao's scientific method for linking theory and practice. After all, Mao was the great craftsman of dialectical materialism, and each of his writings used dialectical materialism to analyze historical and revolutionary reality, and was a model for the resolution of the major problems of Chinese revolution and construction. Philosophers had to learn from Mao's ability to write articles on philosophy which were readily understood by the masses and which had consequently become a material force for change. To effectively emulate this style, philosophers should go to the villages and factories and become as one with the masses, participating in production and class struggle. Due to ill health, Li wrote little after the Great Leap Forward, although he was heavily involved in the early 1960s in supervising the revision of his Elements of Sociology. One of his last published essays was entitled How Should Mao Zedong Thought Be Studied? 34. Li commences this essay by extolling the virtues of Mao Zedong thought. Mao's writings, he says, all use Marxism-Leninist theory to study the specific characteristics of China's history and culture, and the economic and political situation. Mao had created a completely sinified Marxism, a scientific theory for revolution and socialist and communist construction. All theoretical and practical workers should study Mao Zedong thought. But how should they study it? Li suggests that those studying Mao Zedong thought should first commence with reform our study and rectify the party's style of work, for these essays deal with the method for studying Marxism, a method which can in its turn be employed to study Mao Zedong thought. The important message in these essays was to study the attitude of Marxism, first and foremost of which was to seek truth from facts. Having studied the problem of attitude, it was next necessary to study 252 Lida and Mao Zedong not. The ideological method of Mao Zedong thought. To do this, it was necessary to study Mao's writings on epistemology. These contain three fundamental principles. 1. The integration of the universal truths of Marxism-Leninism with the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution. 2. Dialectical materialism, namely the use of contradictions and class as an analytical method, and 3. An emphasis on practice in the process of knowledge. Lida particularly stresses the last principle, seeing it as the basis of knowledge and the criterion of truth. Li again concludes by suggesting that the materials for study come from the masses, and that it is therefore necessary for theoretical workers to go to factories and villages to learn from workers and peasants. Above all, philosophers and social scientists, cultural workers and educators must strive to establish the proletarian worldview and thoroughly eliminate the bourgeois worldview, and to study Mao Zedong thought and thoroughly integrate Mao Zedong thought in scientific research and the work of education. Conclusion. The rather extravagant praise accorded Mao's essays and thought by Li reveals only too clearly the changed relationship between the two. Li was now expending considerable energy elaborating Mao Zedong thought, something he had not done at all prior to 1949, whereas Mao had earlier assiduously studied Li's philosophical and economic writings. Indeed, Mao's understanding of Marxist philosophy owed much to Li Da's interpretation of dialectical materialism and his translations of Soviet sources. Similarly, although Li's explanatory notes on Mao's philosophical essays do attempt to situate Mao's philosophical thought in the broader context of the development of Marxist theory rather than portraying them as the spontaneous creation of a genius, his elaboration does culminate by hailing Mao's thought as a development of Marxism-Leninism, and the rather extravagant language in which he does so says much about the changed political relationship between Li and Mao, as well as Li's new role as one of the new communist state's preeminent intellectuals and theorists. Li's period in the political wilderness may have ended, but his readmission to the party brought not only the potential for theoretical and political influence, but limitations and restrictions as well. He could no longer write or act as he liked, for his life was now intimately linked to the party, whose demands set the 253 agenda for both his theoretical work and political activities. His personal relationship with Mao, dating back 3 decades, also complicated the scenario. As we will observe in the next chapter, Li's attempt to persist with his life's mission of the elaboration and transmission of Marxist theory in China was complicated by the problem of China's new orthodoxy. Li was no longer dealing with Marxism-Leninism, complex and sensitive enough on its own, but with Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought, and the creator of Mao Zedong thought was, in the 1950s and 1960s, not only alive and well but carefully monitoring what others said of his contribution to Marxism, to the extent that Li agreed with Mao's interpretation of the ontology and epistemology of dialectical materialism. He was able in good conscience to provide the detailed elaboration of on contradiction and on practice required of him in the early 1950s. After all, Li recognized in Mao's essays the strong influence of the Soviet Marxist philosophy which had likewise influenced him in the early 1930s. But what would Li's reaction be if required to provide theoretical elaboration and support for a viewpoint with which he disagreed? After all, he had shown himself to be a man of high principle in the past, one not at all afraid to incur the displeasure of the mighty should his views not coincide with theirs. However, the option of standing on his dignity and quitting the party, as he had in 1923, was no longer a realistic option in the 1950s and 1960s. Such a move would have been tantamount to an act of self-destruction. Initially, however, the ambivalence of his situation was lessened by the fact that he was able to give virtually unreserved support to Mao and the party in their pursuit of socialist construction. Li's views coincided with the temper of the times. The new Chinese state was committed to a form of Marxist theory and practice which he understood and supported. Moreover, his talents and experience as an educator and philosopher were clearly in demand. By the mid-1950s, however, Li was becoming involved in the controversial campaigns against those intellectual figures who had earned Mao's enmity. Left to his own devices, would Li have felt moved to write bitter criticisms and denunciations of Hu Shi, Liang Shuming, Fei Xiaotong, and others, something for which he is now criticized in China? It seems unlikely. Similarly, given a free hand, would Li have reacted more openly to his perception of the excesses of the Great Leap Forward? Li's writings of the late 1950s suggest total support for Mao, his criticisms reserved for a private and fiery exchange with him. Moreover, confronted by Lin Biao's theory of Mao Zedong thought as the pinnacle of Marxist theory in the early 1960s, Li's reaction was dismissive, although again he did not air his views in print. Nevertheless, the problem of Mao Zedong thought would not go away and greatly complicated, and ultimately 254. Compromised, Li Da's last major philosophical project, the revision of his Elements of Sociology. In the next chapter, we will turn to a consideration of these final episodes in Li's life. It will become evident that, like other intellectuals in Mao's China, Li was not a free agent. Not only was he sometimes obliged to lend his talents to purposes he may not wholly have approved, he could not, even in those projects initiated by him, write exactly what he wished. Yet the services rendered by him to Mao and the party were in the end not enough to save him, and he was swept away by the maelstrom of the Cultural Revolution, his privately voiced objections to Mao's policies and to Lin Biao's attribution of infallibility to Mao Zedong thought sufficient to condemn him. 10. Writings on Marxist Philosophy and Theory of the 1950s and 1960s. As we observed in the previous chapter, the tone and content of Li Da's philosophical and theoretical writings changed significantly in the post-liberation period. Prior to his readmission to the party in 1949, Li had not written a single article which focused on Mao Zedong's thought. Yet during the 1950s and early 1960s the explication and dissemination of Mao's thought became a major preoccupation for Li. This change is to be explained by reference to the changed political climate within which Li wrote and to his altered status from sympathetic outsider to highly esteemed party theorist and philosopher. Li was no longer disseminating only Marxist and Leninist philosophy, but the thought of the new leader of China, Mao Zedong. It is apparent from his writings of the 1950s and early 1960s that Li genuinely considered Mao's thought to be a development of Marxism-Leninism and that he was consequently prepared to play an active role in its explication and dissemination. His numerous writings from the post-1949 period traverse, as usual, a wide range of topics, but the focus remains on Marxist theory, of which Mao Zedong's thought had now become a highly significant component. Li Da's writings on theory and philosophy of the 1950s and 1960s can be divided into four categories. The first of these, Li's explication of the philosophical thought of Mao Zedong, was considered in the previous chapter. The second incorporates Li's polemical writings from the 1950s, in which he critiqued other intellectuals whose philosophical and theoretical views were deemed by the party to be erroneous and a threat. The third includes his writings of the period of the Great Leap Forward. Despite his serious reservations about this campaign, it prompted Li to write a series of interesting articles which return to the issue of the materialist conception of history and how this should be interpreted in the context of a socialist society. The fourth involved his 258 writings on Marxist philosophy and theory of the 1950s and 1960s. Revision, under the prompting of Mao Zedong, of Elements of Sociology, his classic work from the 1930s. This latter project remained incomplete at the time of Li's death, the first section being formally published only in 1978, it nevertheless represents a fitting swan song, as the history of the project reveals something of the tensions confronted by this strong-minded intellectual in the context of a changing orthodoxy. Li had resolved this sort of problem in 1923 by leaving the party, in the early 1960s, with the cult of personality emerging around Mao and the storm clouds of the Cultural Revolution gathering on the horizon. The option was not open to Li. His refusal to accept that Mao Zedong thought was, as Lin Biao asserted, the pinnacle of Marxist-Leninist thought, created a dilemma not only for the revision of elements of sociology, but for Lee's professional and personal life as well. The dilemma ended, without resolution, with his death in August 1966. Polemical writings of the 1950s, Who She? In the heady days following liberation and his readmission to the party, that dilemma lay in the future. With his characteristic enthusiasm and appetite for hard work, Lee threw himself into the task of elaborating Mao's theoretical and philosophical thought, for Mao's thought, as it had developed to 1949, was in Lee's estimation a valid development of Marxism-Leninism, and a valid and successful application of its universal principles to the Chinese context. His explication of on practice and on contradiction reveals, as we have seen, no area of disagreement with Mao's philosophical thought, the intention of his explication being only to flesh out and illustrate Mao's precepts in accessible language. Li Da's support for Mao Zedong's thought during the early 1950s was made manifest not only through his writings directly on it, but also through his contribution to a number of campaigns whose purpose was the criticism of intellectual figures to whom Mao and the communist leadership were hostile. Li lent his considerable philosophical and literary talents to criticisms of a number of noted philosophers and social theorists, including Hu Xi and Fei Xiaotong. While the motivation for Li's critiques was overtly political and their style polemical, they cannot for this reason be dismissed as the mere pamphleteering of a once famous intellectual compelled by changed circumstance to play the role of the philosophical court jester, for these polemical writings reveal the considerable philosophical and theoretical erudition of which Li had demonstrated himself capable in his pre-1949 writings. In 1954, the famous Chinese philosopher Hu Xi became the target of a virulent campaign whose purpose was to discredit him politically and to weaken the appeal of his pragmatic philosophy. Li wrote a number of articles in 1954-55 contributing to this campaign, which were subsequently expanded into two pamphlets, Hu Xi Fandong Sixiang Pipan and Xiangjiyi, Daiguazuyi de Yang Jixiu. Li commences the first of these with a candid admission that he had not read Hu Xi's articles and books in his many years at universities in the white areas. In order to write this critique, Li was thus obliged to spend a month of patient work studying Hu Xi's philosophy. It is also clear from the second of these two pamphlets that he devoted considerable attention to Hu Xi's English and American predecessors in the tradition of pragmatic philosophy, Charles Peirce, John Dewey, William James, and Ferdinand Schiller. Li's critique focuses on a number of presumed deficiencies in Hu Xi's philosophy of pragmatism. The first of these is pragmatism's response to the fundamental question of philosophy, the relationship between matter and consciousness. Materialism, Li asserts, regards matter as primary and consciousness as secondary. Pragmatism, while appearing to endorse this proposition through its emphasis on experience, in effect lapses into subjective empiricism by rejecting the relationship between experience and the objective world, recognizing only the relationship between individual experience and one's own perceptions and feelings. It suggests that experience is the integration of matter and consciousness, perceptions and experiences are thus not reflections of the objective world, but things contained in human consciousness. Consequently, while physical objects and mental objects are both portrayed as incorporated within pure experience, mental objects are in effect dominant. The process of knowledge is confined to experience, the objects of knowledge being themselves within experience. Rather than possessing an objective existence independent of human thought, reality is thus something which humans create. For Li, this runs counter to dialectical materialism, which stresses the objective existence of reality, but which emphasizes the knowability of reality by human thought through the agency of human practice. Experience of reality is gained through practice, through production and class struggle. This experience is reflected in the human nervous system, leading to perceptions and the accumulation of perceptual experience, which creates the material for thought. Through a process of cognition, ideas 260 and concepts are created which must themselves be tested in production and class struggle to determine whether they are correct. Li charges pragmatism with neglecting the role of social practice, Pragmatism's so-called practice is based on thoughts and concepts subjectively manufactured and put into practice, but the results of this practice merely demonstrate the comparability of subjective and subjective, rather than subjective and objective. 5. Pragmatism therefore lapses into a form of agnosticism, one in which the possibility of ascertaining the truth of the objective world and its laws of development is denied. 6. When it speaks of truth, pragmatism refers to something which is created by humans, and this is because knowledge is knowledge of subjective experience, rather than of the objective world. 7. Subjective experience can know only itself, and cannot employ practice to discover the laws of development of the objective world, but only to verify the compatibility of thought and subjective experience. 8. Pragmatism secondly perceives experience as something which is continually evolving. For the world and the universe are themselves continually evolving, although incrementally, rather than through dramatic change. Lee criticizes this as a vulgar evolutionist view, one deriving from the simplistic application of Darwin's views to human history, and one which leads to a rejection of revolution and an acceptance of reformism, for even the major revolutions of history are perceived by Hu as part of a gradual evolutionary process. 9. The advocation of gradual reform does not, however, threaten the capitalist system, and indeed contributes to its maintenance. She is thus guilty of disseminating a philosophical view which reinforces capitalism. An example of Hu's reformism cited by Lee is his call for good government in the early 1920s. At a time when the Communist Party was actively engaged in struggle against the reactionary warlord government, Hu issued an appeal for a constitutional and open government, one based on planned politics. This reformist appeal was not only futile, but served to distract attention from the necessity for resolute struggle, and thus reinforced rather than weakened the warlord government and its supporters. 10. According to Lee, in terms of methodology, pragmatism takes the idealist path. She, following John Dewey, reduced philosophy to a method of thought for the solution of human problems. Because this method no longer recognizes the philosophical struggle between materialism and idealism, it in effect abandons philosophy for science, which alone is held capable of studying the specific problems which humans confront. But this method is capable of making no philosophical judgment regarding morals or values, and does not attempt to do so. The major ills of society are thus ignored in favor of investigation of social. 261. Minutiae, for individual problems are the appropriate object of investigation. However, in its presumed but false neutrality, pragmatism becomes in effect a philosophy of the bourgeoisie, for it fails to recognize that social problems are not isolated but derive from the structural characteristics of capitalism, with its class system based and the exploitation of the working class. In stressing the study of individual problems, pragmatism opposes Marxism, for the latter philosophy opposes a piecemeal approach, perceiving the major problems of society as related to production and class relations. Consequently, Marxism, in contrast to pragmatism, stands openly opposed to capitalism and imperialism, for it recognizes the interrelated character of these systems of oppression. 12. From Lee's perspective, one of the major weaknesses of Hu's method is his belief that society is composed of individuals. With this belief, Hu cannot but reject the concept of class and its implications for revolutionary social change. His perception ignores the distinction between capitalist and worker and between landlord and peasant, for all are just individuals. In his attempted refutation of Hu's emphasis on individuals, Lee lapses into a rather formulaic recitation of the causal sequence between the elements of the social structure. Our perspective is that Hu's is an entirely bourgeois formalistic social view. We know that the history of human society produces the sequence of the 5 stages of primitive society, slave society, feudal society, capitalist society, and socialist society, and is now moving towards a communist society. The societies of these specific stages are a function of the particular totality of their relations of production. On this foundation, there is a superstructure which is compatible with it. This superstructure represents the social views on politics, law, religion, art, and literature, and philosophy, including the political and legal systems which are compatible with those views. This then is the social structure. The contradiction between the forces' arid relations of production is the motive force for social development. When the relations of production are compatible with the forces of production, the social structure is stable, but when the relations of production are out of step with the forces of production, the social structure becomes unstable, and there occurs social revolution. The progressive revolutionary class rises to overthrow the old relations of production and to establish new relations of production which are compatible with the development of the forces of production. Therefore, the law that the relations of production must be compatible with the forces of production is a general law covering all stages of the development of society. 13. Lee qualifies this statement by concluding that each stage of society has its own specific laws of development. 14. And by later talking of the relative independence of philosophy from economic determination. 15. 262 Writings on Marxist philosophy and theory of the 1950s and 1960s. But there is no reference here to the dynamic reactive role that the superstructure can play. As we shall observe, however, he does return to this theme in his writings of the period of the Great Leap Forward, and here the superstructure once again assumes the active role it had in his earlier writings. Lee is also extremely critical of Hu's deprecating attitude towards China and his esteem for American values and achievements. Hu had studied in the United States under the American philosopher of pragmatism John Dewey, and this had influenced him, both philosophically and politically, to adopt a sympathetic attitude towards the intentions of America and other foreign countries in China, as well as towards the forces of reaction within China which supported or condoned imperialist aggression. Who had thus advocated acceptance of Japan's 21 demands by the Yuan Shikai government, and had joined Chiang Kai-shek's traitorous clique. 16. From first to last, he had opposed the Communist Party, opposed the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal struggle, and demonstrated that he was nothing more than an American cultural compradore. 17. Lee sneers at Hu Shi's description of himself as a citizen of the world. He is, rather, a citizen of the United States of America, one who advocated the necessity of American development of China, for China's culture was inferior to world culture which in effect was dominated by America. Hu was thus easily identified by Lee as a proponent of the wholesale westernization of China. 18. It is Hu Shi's genuflection to the West, one suspects, that is the real motivation for Lee's attack. Although Lee presents an accessible critique of Hu's pragmatic philosophy from a dialectical materialist perspective, the distinction between the epistemology of pragmatism and that of dialectical materialism would no doubt have been rather too finely drawn for some of Lee's readers. Both philosophies, after all, employ the concepts of experience, both philosophies oppose formal logic. 19. Indeed, Lee is hard-pressed to persuade his readers that dialectical materialism has a more logical solution than pragmatism to the problem of how perceptual sensations are transformed into concepts and thoughts. There is no attempt by Lee to present any theoretical advance in this problematic area for dialectical materialism, and he falls back on a recitation of the properties and virtues of its epistemology. It is, rather, Lee's critique of the political and social implications of pragmatism which carries the most force. He is able to demonstrate clearly that pragmatism's endorsement of individualism entails a rejection of class as the focus for the study of social problems. 263. And that this rejection serves to strengthen the hand of the capitalist class, for pragmatism's focus on social problems does not incorporate consideration of the exploitation of the working class and the toiling masses, and consequently is no threat to capitalism's structure of exploitation. Similarly, although Lee's attack on Hu Shi's affinity with America relies heavily on ad hominem invective, he is effectively able to draw from it the conclusion that Hu has played the role of cultural compradore for American interests, whose pragmatism had thus become the philosophical tool of imperialism. 20. Lee's critique of Hu Shi was not, of course, a personal vendetta, for prior to 1954, he had taken no interest in Hu Shi's philosophical writings or personal life. It is to be understood rather as part of a wider campaign to discredit Hu Shi and to oppose American imperialism which, in the early 1950s, loomed as the largest threat to China's security. Many other intellectuals were drawn into this campaign, and it would have been virtually impossible for Li, with his preeminent stature in China's philosophical world, to stand aloof. It would, however, be incorrect to give the impression that Li's participation in the campaign was unwilling, for once the catalyst of the campaign had triggered his interest in Huxi and the philosophy of pragmatism, he committed his considerable skills as a philosopher and propagandist to its success. He even went so far as to send several of his articles on Huxi to Mao Zedong for comment. In his letter of response, Mao clarified a number of problems with Li's exposition of pragmatism, but enthusiastically endorsed the general tenor of Li's critique of pragmatism. 21. Your writings are in popular language and easy to understand. This is good. When you write again, I suggest that you make use of appropriate occasions to explain certain basic concepts in philosophy so that cadres in general can read and understand them. We must use this opportunity to help the millions of cadres, both inside and outside the party, who have no knowledge of philosophy, to understand some Marxist philosophy. What do you think? My respects. Mao Zedong, December 28, 1954. The political climate, in which Li's involvement in the campaign to criticize Huxi was made virtually unavoidable, was thus reinforced by Mao's personal endorsement of his participation. Should he have resisted these pressures? Li's biographer, Wang Jianhua, while obviously sympathetic to his subject, is very critical of this aspect of Li's philosophical career. He was guilty, Wang suggests, of arbitrariness, for he ignored or gave insufficient emphasis to Hu's positive contributions. 22. In response, we might suggest that Wang's judgment gives insufficient consideration to the political and social. 264 Writings on Marxist Philosophy and Theory of the 1950s and 1960s. Climate within which Li operated in the early 1950s. Even had he wished to avoid participation in the campaign or to write a more even-handed critique of Tin's philosophical thought and career, the point remains that Li was, like all other prominent Chinese intellectuals at the time, not a free agent and could not have chosen to do so without serious personal consequences. The cost of his re-entry to the Party in 1949 was acceptance of party discipline and all that that implied, and one significant implication was that Li could not stand aloof from the party's campaigns against its intellectual enemies. 23. Polemical Writings of the 1950s, Fei Xiaotong. Li Da's attack on Fei Xiaotong in the wake of the 100 Flowers movement is now largely ignored in post-Mao China. It is as though this attack on the social theories of this prominent and now highly respected ethnologist and anthropologist was an indiscretion best ignored. Li's polemic is, however, of some interest, for it demonstrates that his opposition to mainstream sociology, manifest as early as the 1920s, had not faltered. His own understanding of sociology, articulated in his Contemporary Sociology and Elements of Sociology, was premised on the precepts of historical materialism. Consequently, anthropologists and sociologists such as Fei, who did not employ the concepts of forces and relations of production as their point of departure, relying rather on Western capitalist sociology, were in effect guilty of employing a compradori sociology. In his pamphlet A Critique of the Compradori Sociology of Fei Xiaotong, Li accuses Fei of attempting a restoration of capitalist sociology through the establishment of a sociology working party which planned to found sociology departments in universities and cadre schools. 24. Li regards this as a general strategy to seize control of the academic world and to oppose Marxism's historical materialism. The purpose of Li's pamphlet is to pose the following questions: what in actuality is Fei Xiaotong's capitalist sociology? Is it a science? What class does it serve? And what dangers does it pose for our socialist state? 25. In answering these questions, Li looks first at the origins of capitalist sociology. This first originated, he suggests, in France, with the writings of Auguste Comte, the positivist philosopher who believed that concepts were the basis for the entire social structure, and who used the history of the development of knowledge to explain the 265. History of the development of society. Capitalist society, which had emerged during the last, positivist, phase in the development of human thought, was thus perceived by him to be the most rational and progressive of societies. He consequently felt that the consolidation of order in capitalist society was an absolute necessity, and that the capitalist class should be supported in its struggle against both the feudal aristocracy and the newly emergent proletariat. His sociology was perceived as assuming this function. This pro-capitalist, anti-proletarian theme in sociology was then carried forward in the biological sociology of Herbert Spencer, which perceived society as akin to the animal kingdom, the division of society into the exploited and the exploiters, the oppressors and oppressed, being a manifestation of the laws which governed nature. Capitalism thus possessed no internal contradictions, and the notion of class struggle was rejected. One branch of biological sociology, the social Darwinists, perceived the domination of the proletariat by the capitalists, and of small nations by imperialism, as in conformity with the natural laws of competition. Another branch perceived race and nation as the basic factors in history, and the struggle between them as the motive force in history. This sociological persuasion perceived the white race as the creators of culture, and therefore having the right to oppress and exploit the black and yellow races. 26. However, the most important strand of capitalist sociology during the era of imperialism was social psychology. This brand of sociology regarded society as constructed by the mutual interaction of human psychologies, and it was this which constituted the appropriate object for sociological study. Those individuals or nations possessing superior psychologies were able to dominate others. As human knowledge, from this perspective, was the prime motive force in social change, any attempt to reform society must be premised on the transformation of the will of the people, and this could only be achieved through education. However, the educators would, Lee retorts, be those who possess superior knowledge, while those being educated would be the proletariat and toiling masses. 27. In addition, capitalist sociology includes Malthusian population theory and what Lee terms formal sociology. Despite these divisions within capitalist sociology, they all possess the following characteristics. 1. They all adopt an idealist social perspective, employing social ideas to explain social existence. 2. Because they are afraid of the objective laws of social development, they reject them, attempting to verify that the capitalist system will last forever. 266 Writings on Marxist philosophy and theory of the 1950s and 1960s. 3. They oppose Marxism, and in particular historical materialism. 4. They oppose the proletarian revolution, and advocate reformism. 5. They justify the dominance and exploitation of the proletariat by the bourgeoisie. 6. They create theories which justify imperialist invasion. At odds with capitalist sociology is historical materialism, which is the only science which recognizes the laws of development of society, which unifies a scientific social perspective and methodology, and which unifies social theory and practice. The experience of the communist parties in the Soviet Union, China, and other countries verifies, according to Lee, the truth of historical materialism. 28. The Chinese sociology of Fei Xiaotong is, according to Lee, capitalist sociology with a Chinese flavor. Fei's sociological research can be split into two themes, village sociology and the analysis of the social structure. For Fei, the model for the Chinese social structure was provided by Confucius, with ethical relations as its standard and personal relations as its foundation. The historical sequence of this society was dependent on the rights. Moreover, China's economic structure was an economy of deficiency, one with an abundance of human beings but poor in resources, and one which typified the Malthusian population theory. Because the Chinese people had absorbed the Confucian emphasis on rights, they did not have an attitude towards nature which allowed science and technology to develop, and this led to economic stagnation and deficiency. Fei saw no hope of economic modernization, and for that reason perceived China as merely a market for the industrialist nations. The only hope Fei perceived for economic growth was in China's villages with the establishment of small factories and enterprises. Nevertheless, because of its longevity, Fei perceived the traditional Chinese social structure as superior to those of Western nations. 29 Li is critical of the derivative character of Fei's Chinese sociology. It derives, he suggests, largely from the writings of Liang Kekao, who had similarly stressed the importance of rights, ethical standards, and personal relations to traditional Chinese society. 30 Both Liang and Fei employed an idealist conception to oppose the Marxist view of Chinese history and society, both rejected the objective laws of social development, and the existence of class and class struggle. Politically, both had opposed the communist-led revolution against imperialism and feudalism. On the eve of liberation, at a time when large-scale land reform was being carried out in the liberated areas, Fei had opposed the seizure of the land by the peasants and had advised the landlords to shift their capital from land into industry. 31. 267. Li then turns his critical scrutiny to Fei Xiaotong's social investigations. Fei is, Li asserts, a disciple of Bronislaw Malinowski, an anthropologist who had employed a functionalist perspective to analyze the social system, customs, and habits of colonial peoples. 32 Fei's use of Malinowski's approach is presented as grim irony by Li, for here is a Chinese cultural sociologist using a method employed to study colonial peoples to investigate village life in socialist China. The result is a treatise on China's villages which speaks of the dissatisfaction of the peasants with cooperativization, which regards the land reform as a mistake, and which in effect broadcasts the superiority of semi-colonialism and semi-feudalism. Li argues, however, that Fei's depiction of China's village life is inaccurate, and he points to empirical evidence which verifies the proposition that the life of China's peasants had indeed improved as a result of liberation and the rural policies pursued since by the Communist Party. 33 The same holds true, Li adds, for Fei's analyses of China's national minorities, which are informed by Malinowski rather than Marx. 34 Like his attack en Huxi, Li's critique of Fei Xiaotong contains its share of invective. For example, Li presents in a rather sinister light Fei's motives for writing such books as Peasant Life in China in English and publishing them in England and the United States. These are, he asserts, the actions of one whose target audience is the intellectuals of the colonial powers. 35 Fei is also branded as one seeking to be perceived as the savior of landlords and rich peasants. 36 This invective aside, Li's critique of Fei's sociology does represent a serious, if rather polemical, attempt to discredit a theory standing in opposition to Marxism's historical materialism. Just as Li had expended considerable energy studying Huxi's pragmatic philosophy, it is clear that Li had also studied Fei's sociological writings in an attempt to understand their premises and methodology. Nevertheless, Li's polemic against Fei is a product not only of his staunch intellectual adherence to Marxism, but of the political climate prevailing in the wake of the failure of the 100 Flowers campaign of 1956–57. Fei Xiaotong was one of China's most prominent social scientists, having been vice president of the Chinese Institute of Ethnic Studies and deputy director of the Specialists Bureau of the State Council. He had also been a member of the Standing Committee of the Democratic League. In March 1957, Fei had published an article in People's Daily, entitled The Early Spring Weather of the Intellectuals, in which he pointed out, on the basis of a tour of the country, that China's intellectuals feared the political early spring weather. In other words, they distrusted the invitation to bloom and contend, for they had found through experience that the political climate was liable to alter suddenly, and that the mild weather of spring could rapidly return to hard frost. For this and other 268 writings on Marxist philosophy and theory of the 1950s and 1960s activities, Fei was subsequently denounced as a big rightist by Mao, although Mao himself suggested that thought reform through labor would not be appropriate for a big intellectual like Fei, whose shoulders can't carry anything, whose hands can't lift anything. Three-phase punishment was rather to be lambasted by intellectuals like Li De, who had not wavered in their support of the party, and who rallied to the cry to oppose revisionism and right-wing opportunism. 38. Theoretical writings of the Great Leap Forward. In hindsight, Li Da's polemical writings of the 1950s appear as something of an irony in light of the fate that befell him with the onset of the Cultural Revolution in 1966, for he was in turn to become the subject of a vicious campaign of vilification in which he was denounced as an anti-party, anti-socialist representative of the bourgeoisie who is opposed to Mao Zedong thought. 39. Indeed, the attack on Li De was to be worse than anything that he had himself inflicted on others, for although Li's critiques of Hu Xi and Fei Xiaotong were polemical, they were based on a thorough study of their writings and a careful and logical attempt to repudiate their philosophy and theory. Li received no such consideration, and his more than 4 decades of service to the elaboration of Marxism and its dissemination in China were to be swept aside in a tide of invective and abuse. But that lay in the future, when the orthodoxy for which Li was previously prepared to commit his talents and energy had been transformed into what Li believed was a caricature of its previous self. Li's doubts about the wisdom of the direction Mao Zedong's thought was taking first emerged with the onset of the Great Leap Forward. As we observed in Chapter 1, his frank and heated exchange with Mao in October 1, 1958 centered on the propriety of giving excessive emphasis to the role of subjective forces and the superstructure in initiating social change, something Li accused Mao of doing. While Li had never espoused a mechanistically economistic interpretation of the materialist conception of history, he did demur at the notion that the subjective enthusiasm of the masses was, in the absence of appropriate material conditions, sufficient to achieve social change of the magnitude desired by Mao. Li's reservations regarding the theoretical premises and practical implications of the Great Leap Forward were not, however, made public. Indeed, during the years 1958 to 60 he wrote a booklet and a series of articles, published mainly in the journal Lai Lun Zhanxian, which elaborated the materialist conception of history and applied it to the context of socialist transition. These 269 writings contain a strong affirmation of the policies of socialization and cooperativization carried out since liberation, and could be read too as a defense of the Great Leap Forward. 44. As we shall see, Li attributes the superstructure with a dynamic capacity to react on the economic base, and to facilitate the establishment, consolidation, and development of the base. He moreover describes the relations of production, in the context of socialism, as a significant motive force for rapid development of the forces of production. 11. Mao would have quarreled with neither of these views. 42. Nevertheless, in Li's careful and quite detailed interpretation of historical materialism, one can perceive a repudiation of the view that the superstructure and human consciousness possess a virtually unfettered capacity to initiate major social change. They can only possess what Li terms a relative independence from economic determination. The divergence between Li and Mao was thus not over whether the superstructure possessed a dynamic role, for both agreed that it did. The disagreement centered rather on the extent of this role, and the extent to which the superstructure was constrained by the developments within the economic base. 43. A number of themes stand out in Li's theoretical writings from the Great Leap Forward. First, Li reiterates the standard view that all societies, impelled by universal laws of development, pass through certain modes of production: primitive, slave, feudal, capitalist, socialist, and from there to communism. He qualifies this historical timetable by arguing that each nation's development is also determined by its own specific conditions. The universal laws of development and the specific conditions are linked. Such specific conditions might include the historical stage reached by that nation, its internal and external conditions, and the influence of other nations with which it has come into contact. Li gives the example of the primitive Germanic peoples who were able to progress directly to feudalism on the basis of the semi-feudal, semi-slave society engendered by the economic changes following the collapse of Imperial Rome. Similarly, in the era of capitalism, European powers had used military force to vanquish backward nations. compelling them to become not only colonies but forcing them into a capitalist form of development. With the emergence of the socialist camp, the more powerful socialist societies had helped backward societies, such as Mongolia, to move directly from feudalism to socialism. 44. There are, Lee continues, general laws, independent of human volition, which govern the socialist transition of all nations. All nations, for example, must establish socialist democracy, institute a dictatorship of the proletariat and eliminate the old society's system of oppression. However, each nation has its own characteristics, and the forms THAT. 270 Writings on Marxist philosophy Amit theory of the 1950s and 1960s. These laws will differ as the conditions differ. These include such things as the level of industrialization, size of population, strength of the old exploiting classes, geographical conditions, the nature of traditions and the psychology of the people. The policies to be pursued for socialist construction will therefore obviously differ from one nation to the next, but such policies must be in conformity with the general laws which are shared in common by all societies making this transition. Consequently, the experience of socialist revolution and construction in the Soviet Union had been comprised of a fundamental experience which was of relevance to other countries, as well as experiences which were specific to the Soviet Union. The basic thrust of China's experience of revolution and socialist construction had mirrored the fundamental experience of the Soviet Union, but these of course had been made manifest in accord with China's own specific characteristics. A communist party of any country had to steer a path between underemphasizing its nation's specific characteristics and giving them undue emphasis. The former strategy exhibited a tendency towards dogmatism, while the latter was a revisionist tendency. To avoid these pitfalls, a Marxist party had to employ dialectical materialism to investigate problems, and carry out a comprehensive and concrete analysis, and so achieve a unity of theory and practice. 43. A second and important theme in Lee's writings of The Great Leap Forward is the causal relationship existing between the economic base and the superstructure. The object of historical materialism, Lee argues, is the discovery of the general laws of social development, and these laws concern first and foremost the causal significance of the various realms of society. Commencing from the materialist premise that social existence determines social consciousness, historical materialism perceives society as a socio-economic formation. This concept is, Lee asserts, a fundamental concept of historical materialism, for it allows the discovery of the developmental tendency of the material foundation of the process of history. The totality of the relations of production generated by the material forces of production constitutes the economic structure of society, and this is the social base. On this social base, and reliant on it, is established a legal and political superstructure. Corresponding to this are definite forms of social consciousness, namely philosophy, natural science, social science, literature, art, morality, religion, and so on. The socio-economic formation, with the relationship between its various components, is depicted diagrammatically by Lee in a manner clearly reminiscent of 271. Sugiyama Saxi's depiction of the 1920s, and translated into Chinese by Lee *. Although it appears from the diagram below that there is a reciprocal level of influence between the base and superstructure, Lee stresses that within the socio-economic formation, the base has causal dominance, it possesses a determinative function. The superstructure is clearly not a passive reflection, however, for it has the capacity to react on the base, and the base is subject to the definite influence of the superstructure. Nevertheless, Lee stresses that the capacity of the superstructure to influence the base is itself generated by the base, and if the base alters, the superstructure also must alter, and the entire character of society changes as the social formation is transformed into a higher form. The replacement of one socio-economic form by another is a consequence of the contradiction between the forces and relations of production which manifests itself as class struggle. However, Lee is once again at pains to point out that the manifestation of this general law of historical development is subject to the particular characteristics of each society, and what historical materialism analyses is the history of actual socio-economic format ion. Supi Erstrayutori. Base. Social consciousness. Leg planned political system. The totality of the relations of production. The process of spiritual life. The process of political life. The process of social life. Figure 10,1 Li Das concept of the socio-economic formation. 272 writings on Marxist philosophy and theory of the 1950s and 1960s. Societies during definite stages of development, the object of analysis is the unity of particular and general laws of development. 47 Li proceeds to identify the various dimensions of the economic base. The forces of production can be defined, following Marx, as the labor process. This incorporates labor power, the instruments of labor and the objects of labor. The labor process is an integrated process in which each of these three facets must be present. If one is absent, humans will be unable to engage in production, and they must, moreover, be present in appropriate dimensions. Moreover, the labor process can only proceed in the context of definite social relations. The two are indivisible, for the forces of production represent the content of particular class relations, while the relations of production represent the form of the development of the forces of production. It is the combination of the forces and relations of production which constitutes the economic base. 48 A unity thus exists between the forces and relations of production, and within this unity, the relations of production can exert an influence on the forces of production. The relations of production, once created by the forces of production, possess a relative independence, but the forces of production ultimately occupy the dominant position in the unity of opposites which exists between them. 49 The forces of production are in constant development, and the relations of production which emerge are appropriate to this development. Although any harmony between them can only be a temporary phenomenon, there is ultimately a clash between them as the formerly appropriate but now increasingly anachronistic relations of production become obstructive of further development of the forces of production. The contradiction between forces and relations of production is the motive force impelling change to a higher productive form. 30 This contradiction exists in all societies. The distinction lies between those societies which are antagonistic and those which are not. In the former, the contradiction between forces and relations of production will be antagonistic and can only be resolved through violence and class struggle. In socialist societies, however, because of public ownership and comradely mutual cooperation, this contradiction assumes a non-antagonistic form. 51 Li stresses that the relations of production do not exist in pure form. Marx had abstracted from the experience of a number of capitalist societies to provide his analysis of pure capitalist relations of production, but he was well aware, according to Li, that the economic structure of any society is exceedingly complex, with remnants of previous economic forms persisting into subsequent eras. The mixture of 273 classes existing within the relations of production varies from one social formation to another. The American social formation differed from the British in that, although both were dominated by a capitalist mode of production, their class relations differed. America possessed no feudal remnants as did the British social formation, but had possessed a form of production based on slavery. However, the dominant class relationship in both cases, and the one which defines capitalism as a distinct economic form, is the relationship between capitalists and proletariat. Nevertheless, Li emphasizes that it is essential to grasp the complexity of the economic structure of society, with its variegated and diverse class composition, for only then is it possible to comprehend the complexity of the superstructure and the complexity of political and ideological struggles. The view that the superstructure of a society is solely the domain of that society's dominant class is without foundation, for there are other class influences at work which generate forms of behavior and modes of thought within the superstructure. The contradictions existing within the economic base are reflected in the superstructure, and in class societies, this contradiction is antagonistic in character. provides the example of the political influence exerted by the proletariat in some capitalist countries. This influence had been sufficient to destabilize the superstructure and to compel the capitalist class to mobilize the state and armed forces to defuse the threat in the realm of the superstructure. Similarly, forms of consciousness are reflections in the superstructure of the relations of production, but once created are capable of influencing the outcome of the struggle between the classes. In capitalist countries, those who dominate in the economic realm tend to dominate too in the realm of consciousness. The capitalist class employs all of the organs of propaganda to disseminate reactionary thought to weaken the revolutionary will and determination of the proletariat and the people. It employs the tactic of encouraging reformism amongst the labor aristocracy. But the struggle in the superstructure becomes intense as the proletariat moves from being a class in itself to being a class for itself, one with a coherent consciousness of its historical role and objectives. 32 Lee argues, and this is reminiscent of his own experience, that one of the first tactics which must be employed by the party of the proletariat to implement revolutionary struggle is to disseminate and propagandize Marxism amongst the proletariat and the masses of the people. Only when this has been achieved is it possible to mobilize and organize them for the attack on the power of the capitalist class. Once the proletariat has seized power, it must continue the task of disseminating Marxism in order to weaken the influence of capitalist thought and to increase receptivity to socialist ideas, for it is only when the socialist line has 274 writings on Marxist philosophy and theory of the 1950s and 1960s. Prevailed over the capitalist line and the ideological front that the dictatorship of the proletariat can be consolidated and a socialist society established. Given the particular conditions prevailing in China, the superstructure assumed enhanced significance for the seizure of power. The party, which Lee terms the principal element and leading force of the superstructure, assumed the task of establishing and consolidating socialist relations of production. Indeed, without the party's intervention and guidance, a socialist economic base could not have been established. In this respect, the capitalist and socialist revolutions differed. The former was a result of the gestation of capitalist relations of production in the womb of feudal society. The seizure of power by the capitalist class facilitated the development of the already existing class relationships characteristic of capitalism. Socialist relations of production, on the other hand, could not develop in the womb of the old society. As a result, the task of the proletarian revolution was not only the seizure of power, but the use of this power to establish, from the bare earth, socialist relations of production. Here Lee draws heavily on Lenin, whom he quotes as saying politics takes precedence over economics, for, in the context of socialist transition, when the party adopted certain economic measures and organized economic work, it had to do so from a political standpoint which, if deviated from, would lead to chaos. In China, the system of the dictatorship of the proletariat established after liberation represented an advanced superstructural form. China's national economy was, however, backward. This contradiction could only be resolved through the development of China's economy. 53 Lee stresses, however, that China's superstructure following liberation was not uniformly advanced. The party and its state structure, the dictatorship of the proletariat, were historically advanced, but there were many aspects of the superstructure which were not so, and indeed which attempted to obstruct and were capable of doing so the consolidation of socialist relations of production and further economic advance. In China, although the economic contradiction between the people and reactionary classes had lost much of its antagonistic character as a result of socialist transformation, the influence of the reactionary classes remained strong in the superstructure. The former landlords and compradors had been overthrown, but still existed, their mouthpiece being the bourgeoisists, and the national bourgeoisie and its intellectuals were only gradually accepting socialism. 54 The influence of these classes and class fractions persisted in the political superstructure in the form of right-wing elements like Liang Steiming within China's democratic parties. These elements could not accept that their cause was lost, opposing the Communist Party and 275. Striving for a restoration of capitalism. 55 In the realm of ideology, they openly espoused bourgeois thought in an attempt to overturn the leading role of Marxism, and in the fields of science and education they also attempted to weaken the influence of Marxism and the leading role of the party. 56 Consequently, not only had the antagonisms not weakened in the superstructure, they had intensified, and there was thus a need for a socialist revolution in the political and ideological realms. The party had responded to this problem through the education of intellectuals to rid them of bourgeois thought, and had attempted to disseminate socialist thought amongst China's peasants. However, the problem remained, for although the socialist transformation of China's economy had been basically completed by 1956, the victory of the socialist revolution in politics and ideology was, as the right-wing attacks on the party and socialism in 1957 attested, far from completed. 37 Lee thus asserts the necessity of a socialist revolution in the superstructure. He also emphasizes the positive significance that the party has for the establishment of socialist relations of production. Given the importance he attributes to the superstructure, could his explanation be misinterpreted as a metaphysical theory, as one which attributes complete autonomy to the superstructure? On several occasions, Lee recognizes that his viewpoint could be so interpreted. 58 He is, however, at pains to correct this impression, emphasizing yet again that any independence of the superstructure can only be relative. This relative autonomy emerges most clearly during those historical periods when there is not only a contradiction between base and superstructure, but sharp contradictions as well within the superstructure, between positive superstructural forces working for the consolidation of the socialist economic base and negative superstructural elements attempting to undermine this policy. This was precisely the situation in China. China's class structure had been exceedingly complex, and although this had changed as a result of the socialist transformation of the early 1950s, former classes and strata still existed and their influence persisted in the superstructure. An explanation of this influence would be impossible without mounting a materialist analysis which examined the previous and current structure of China's relations of production. Lee concludes that when we observe history, we must examine two aspects, the economic on the one hand, and the legal, political, and ideological on the other. It appears on occasion as though these two aspects are unrelated. However, Lee insists that if we dig deeper, the behavior of an apparently independent superstructure can be explained by reference to changes and developments within the base. This is particularly the case with the state and the legal system, which are often claimed to be independent of the interests of the dominant economic class, neutral. 276 Writings on Marxist philosophy and theory of the 1950s and 1960s. Arbiters of society's conflicting interests. However, they are, in fact, a concentrated expression of economics. They are created by the base and are a reflection of it. 3 We can perceive in Lee Da's elaboration of the materialist conception of history from the period of the Great Leap Forward a basic reaffirmation of the views that he had held for almost 4 decades. The importance he attributed in the early 1920s to the political revolution was readily transposable to the need for a revolution in the superstructure in the context of socialist China in the late 1950s, 60 and in neither case did Lee perceive his recognition of the significance of the superstructure as a denial of the materialist premises of the materialist conception of history. Rather, the economic base was the dominant force for historical change, but its relationship with the superstructure was mediated by a host of factors which meant that the relationship could take on a complex character in which the superstructure became capable of playing a dynamic role and exerting a considerable influence. Lee clearly believed that China's socialist transition was just such an instance, China having experienced a period of change in which the rapidity of economic transformation and development had generated a contradiction with the superstructure, some sections of which not only now lagged behind the economic base but which attempted either to forestall further change or achieve a dismantling of China's socialist economic institutions and relationships. Lee was in no doubt that these forces for reaction in the superstructure, because of the fluid nature of the historical context, could play a serious negative role, and had to be struggled against. It is in this context that the reasons for Li's willing participation in the campaigns to criticize Hu Shi, Fei Xiaotong, Liang Shuming, and others become clearer, for his call for a revolution in both science and culture was premised on a perception that any great leap forward in production would be seriously compromised if there were no concomitant leap forward in these other areas. The struggle against reactionary political ideas, philosophies, and social science methodologies was thus, for Li, an urgent necessity. 61 Li's conception of the materialist conception of history was thus founded first and foremost on a conception of the interrelated character of the socio-economic formation, one in which the process of social life, while retaining overall causal dominance, was itself subject to the influence of other non-economic realms. It is clear too that Li recognized that the socio-economic formation was not a unified totality, but was founded on a series of contradictions. The actual characteristics of these contradictions and the manner of their unfolding had to be the subject of concrete analysis, for each socio-economic formation, while governed by universal laws of 277 development, possessed its own particular laws, and these had to be understood through both investigation and practice. Li makes it clear that it is not sufficient to assume the appropriateness of models which, for purposes of analysis, abstract the essential features of a particular mode of production from its concrete socio-economic formation, from its historical setting. While such models were of immense importance in delineating the principal structural configuration and developmental tendencies of a mode of production, real-world socio-economic formations were inevitably an untidy amalgam of forms of production, institutions, practices, and relationships characteristic of a number of modes of production and, in the ideological sphere, different modes of thought appropriate to previous eras persisted in complex relationship with newer and more progressive ideas. These specificities and complexities of a concrete socio-economic formation had to be grasped through investigation, but such investigation, to avoid being overwhelmed by the myriad concrete data, had to be premised on an understanding of the universal laws of development, of the big historical picture. Li's disagreement with Mao over the policies of the Great Leap Forward centered, therefore, not on whether the superstructure could exert an influence, for both agreed that it did. Indeed, Li makes it very clear that the complex and rapid economic changes which the Chinese socio-economic formation had experienced had accentuated the contradiction between economic base and superstructure, for the latter still harbored modes of thought which opposed the economic changes achieved since 1949 and resisted further change. In this concrete context, the superstructure became a highly significant site for struggle, for without an attenuation of the strength of ideas resistant to progress, the consolidation and further development of the socialist economic base were threatened. Li felt that he had played his part, through his polemical and theoretical writings and educational activities, in the struggle to weaken the hold of what he termed reactionary thought in the realm of the superstructure. By the same token, Li recognized perhaps more so than Mao the stubborn character of old ideas. It was not a question of sweeping these aside in one or even several campaigns, it was, rather, a question of long-term, painstaking education and propaganda, precisely the tasks Li had pursued since his first acquaintance with Marxism in the late 1910s, for without widespread comprehension and acceptance of the theory which underpinned change, the viability of change in the long term was in doubt. Li must, therefore, have had reservations regarding the subjective readiness of the masses for a change of the magnitude of the Great Leap Forward. Moreover, he was not convinced that the material foundations. 278 writings on Marxist philosophy and theory of the 1950s and 1960s were in place for such a change. Had the prior development of the forces of production been extensive enough to suggest that a radical campaign of change was necessary or would succeed? While his writings of the 1958-60 period indicate in the main a strong public endorsement of the Great Leap Forward and provide a theoretical rationalization of sorts for its policies, 62 it is clear from the record of his conversation with Mao that Li had his doubts, and his later support for Peng Dehuai in his tussle with Mao over the wisdom of the Great Leap Forward is further evidence of this. 63 For Li, the subjective readiness of the Chinese people was an important factor, and he recognized that the superstructure could play a significant role in historical change. But a failure to analyze the material premises for change and to consequently exaggerate the dynamic capacity of the superstructure to initiate and effect change was tantamount to lapsing into a metaphysical reading of the process of history, something he decidedly rejected. 64. Elements of dialectical materialism and Mao Zedong's contribution to Marxist philosophy. Despite his expressed reservations on the policies of the Great Leap Forward, Li's friendly association with Mao, dating back to the early 1920s, continued apparently unabated. In August 1961, Li traveled to Lushan for prolonged rest following the discovery that, as well as the medical conditions from which he had previously suffered, he now had coronary heart disease which had developed to an eternatous stage. 65 Mao was then at Lushan for a conference, and on the afternoon of the 25th, sent a car to bring Li to his own residence so that they might talk. After inquiring about Li's health and work, Mao turned to questions of theory. After conversing on problems of formal logic, Mao expressed the view that Li's Elements of Sociology was a particularly profound work which had had a major impact in the 1930s and was still significant. It should, he opined, be revised and a new edition published. Li demurred, citing his poor health as a reason why such a major task of research and writing was impossible. 66 You have a philosophy department at Wuhan University, don't you? Mao retorted. You can find a couple of competent assistants to help you do it, and you can direct the project. Li thought Mao's suggestion a good one, and agreed to undertake the task. 67 The following day, Li telegrammed his assistant Tao Delin to come to Lushan where Li informed him of the chairman's project. Li decided to abandon his convalescence in order to commence work on the project immediately. He wrote to Yu Haihong, then head of the philosophy 279 department at Wuhan University, informing him of the task Mao had set them and of the need to recruit a number of research assistants. 68 A Mao Zedong Thought Research Center was subsequently established within the department, and Tao Delin appointed to head the team of researchers whose task was the production of a major treatise on Marxist philosophy, one based on Li Da's Elements of Sociology, but incorporating major philosophical developments within the Marxist tradition. 69 This completed work would be entitled Marxist Wi Jiexu Dagang, and Li Da would act as its editor. Between late 1961 and 1965, when a draft of Elements of Dialectical Materialism was completed, this research group under Li Da struggled with the politically sensitive task of revising Elements of Sociology to incorporate developments in Marxist philosophy since the mid-1930s. Of these, the most sensitive was Mao's own philosophical thought. To what extent had Mao been responsible for developing Marxist philosophy? How original was his contribution? After considerable controversy, 70 Li and his research associates eventually and perhaps inevitably responded by not only attributing to Mao a major role in the development of Marxist philosophy, but by drawing heavily on the structure and content of his philosophical writings. Mao's contribution to the development of dialectical materialism is listed in a way which suggests strongly that Mao's philosophical thought represented the high point of Marxist philosophy. Elements of Dialectical Materialism asserts that Mao Zedong thought is, in the era when imperialism is heading for collapse and socialism moving towards victory, and in the great revolutionary struggles of the Chinese people, the integration of the universal truths of Marxism-Leninism with the concrete practice of revolution and construction, it is a synthesis of the historical experience of the struggles of the proletariat both internationally and domestically, and it creatively develops Marxism-Leninism. 1. Elements of Dialectical Materialism proceeds to detail Mao's glorious contributions to materialist dialectics as follows. First, Mao raised the philosophical level of the intra-party struggle between the correct and incorrect lines, and provided a method for the resolution of such struggles which guaranteed the victory of the correct line. 72 Incorrect left and right opportunist lines are both forms of subjectivism which stand in opposition to dialectical materialism, and in his two celebrated philosophical essays, On Practice and On Contradiction, Mao had critiqued these erroneous 280 writings on Marxist philosophy and theory of the 1950s and 1960s tendencies. On practice, Mao had criticized the subjectivism of dogmatism and empiricism. The former placed excessive emphasis on book learning and thoughts hatched in the mind, and rather than proceeding from reality, was guided by subjective aspirations or theoretical formulas. Rather, the criteria for the evaluation of knowledge, Mao had demonstrated, was revolutionary practice, and knowledge develops as practice develops. Empiricism, on the other hand, was not interested in the development of perceptual knowledge to the level of rational knowledge, being satisfied rather with narrow and partial experiences of reality. Mao had pointed out that perceptual and rational knowledge represent two stages in a unified process of knowledge, while rational knowledge depends on perceptual knowledge. The latter, if not developed to the level of rational knowledge, could never achieve the status of true knowledge. 73 On contradiction, Mao had critiqued dogmatism and empiricism by pointing out the relationships between universal and the particular, between identity and struggle, and the distinction between antagonism and non-antagonism. Without a recognition of the unity of opposites existing between these, it was not possible to analyze a situation correctly. For example, subjectivists are not able to recognize the unity which exists between struggle and identity. The left opportunists, during the period of the democratic revolution, adopted a position towards the national bourgeoisie of all-out struggle, reject alliance. Right opportunists, on the other hand, adopted the opposite stance of complete alliance, reject struggle. Because these two incorrect tendencies had not recognized the unity of identity and struggle, the result was that their knowledge was divorced from objective reality. 74 Mao's two philosophical essays, employing the worldview of Marxism-Leninism, had thus provided the party with a weapon whereby it could investigate revolutionary questions and correctly distinguish between true and false Marxism, and between correct and incorrect practice. Mao's philosophical thought had thus, according to elements of dialectical materialism, made a major contribution to the correct resolution of intra-party struggle. Second, Mao Zedong was the first to provide a systematic, profound, concise, and readily understood elaboration of Marxist philosophy, and in so doing, he concretized it in a way which allowed it to guide the party's style of work and become a sharp weapon which the broad masses could directly grasp. In his various philosophical essays, Mao had not only developed Marxist philosophy, but had done so in a manner which was accessible, using lively, everyday language which was replete with imagery relevant to the experience of the masses. In China, each worker, peasant, soldier, intellectual, and cadre was thus able to 281. Grasp dialectical materialism. The extent to which Marxist philosophy had become a material force was therefore unprecedented. Third, in the context in which opposition to feudalism and imperialism was the principal task and in which the peasantry constituted the bulk of the masses, Mao had formulated a theory on colonial and semi-colonial revolution. How could socialism be achieved in a semi-feudal, semi-colonial country? No response to this question could be found in the works of Marxism-Leninism. Elements of dialectical materialism asserts, but through his integration of the universal principles of Marxism-Leninism and the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution, Mao completely solved this seemingly intractable problem. Using the principles of dialectical materialism, Mao concretely analyzed the economic status and political attitudes of China's social classes and strata, and also analyzed the many complex contradictions of Chinese society. On this basis, he correctly determined the program, line, strategy, and tactics of the Chinese Revolution. Of these, the most important was the theory that the revolution was developmental and would pass through a number of stages. Mao correctly distinguished between the different tasks for the stages of the democratic and socialist revolutions, but perceived that there was an intimate connection between these two stages, with the democratic revolution preparing the conditions within which the socialist revolution could occur. Following nationwide victory in the democratic revolution, an immediate advance was made towards the goals of the socialist revolution. For Mao, the united front, armed struggle, and party building were the main strategies which would guarantee victory in the democratic revolution. He had been shown to be correct, so his ideas on these themes were thus of universal significance for the peoples of 11 the countries of the world. 75 Fourth, following the liberation of China, Mao had applied the principles of dialectical materialism to the new historical conditions, and had been the first to formulate a complete theory of socialist revolution and construction. In so doing, Mao had developed dialectical materialism. One of the crucial problems Mao had to resolve, according to elements of dialectical materialism, was the problem of capitalist restoration, a problem which no previous Marxist had successfully or systematically addressed. Mao had summed up the practical experience of China's socialist revolution and construction, and had analyzed positive and negative international experiences, principally those of the Soviet Union. In his On the Correct Handling of Contradictions Among the People and other writings, Mao had critiqued the errors of revisionism and had clarified the mistaken views of those within the revolutionary ranks. 76. 282 Writings on Marxist Philosophy and Theory of the 1950s and 1960s. Elements of dialectical materialism continues that Mao had pointed out that the law of the unity of opposites, the most fundamental law of the universe, was still applicable to socialist society. Even after the socialist transformation of the system of ownership, class contradictions persisted, and throughout the entire period of socialism the bourgeoisie and proletariat persisted, so too did the struggle between socialism and capitalism. In order to defend socialist construction and prevent capitalist restoration, it was necessary to consolidate the dictatorship of the proletariat, and to carry the socialist revolution through to the end in the realms of politics, economics, ideology, and culture. At the same time, it was necessary to develop rapidly the forces of production, to establish modernized agricultural and industrialist sectors, and to overtake the advanced capitalist countries in the not-too-distant future. In this way, the material foundation of socialism would be created. Elements of dialectical materialism concludes. In the process of applying materialist dialectics to the creative resolution of the extremely complex novel problems of contemporary revolutionary struggles, Mao had of necessity instilled it with new content and independently pushed forward materialist dialectics, raising it to a new stage. Mao Zedong's philosophical thought is a great development of materialist dialectics in the current era. 77. Elements of dialectical materialism. The laws of dialectics. Given this accolade to Mao's contribution to the development of Marxist philosophy, it is little wonder that the section of Elements of Dialectical Materialism devoted to the laws of dialectics bears a very strong resemblance to On Contradiction. The subheadings of the chapter entitled The Law of the Unity of Opposites indeed virtually replicate the subheadings of Mao's essay. The chapter commences by emphasizing that the law of the unity of opposites is the basic law of dialectical materialism. All things contain contradictions, and the relations within a thing and its relations with other things are all contradictions, and these relations are all subject to change. 78 The other laws and categories of dialectics are therefore all manifest forms of the law of the unity of opposites and can only be understood by reference to it. The law of the unity of opposites is thus the key to dialectics. 7 For example, the law of qualitative and quantitative change explains that the motion of all things adopts two forms, relative rest and conspicuous change. The transition. 283. From one form of change to the next can only be understood by reference to the way in which the contradictions within the thing in motion behave. The struggle between the aspects of the principal contradiction is continual, but until it reaches an extreme point, the change this generates is only quantitative. When this extreme point is reached, the aspects of the contradiction undergo fundamental qualitative change, the original character of the thing is transformed and a new thing emerges. When this happens, quantitative change immediately recommences within the new thing. Without an appreciation that the law of the unity of opposites, with its description of the behavior of contradictions, is the fundamental law of dialectics, the law of qualitative and quantitative change would be incomprehensible. The same is true of the law of the negation of the negation. 80. This law reveals that the general developmental tendency is forward, but that the route described by development can be tortuous and winding. A thing advances through a continuing and unfolding repetition of the process of affirmation and negation which generates a wave-like form of development. Each thing contains elements which serve to maintain its existence, these are the elements of affirmation. Each thing also contains elements which facilitate its destruction, and these are the elements of negation. When the elements of affirmation occupy the principal aspect of the contradiction which defines the thing, the existence of the thing is maintained. This is the stage of affirmation. However, the elements of negation gradually expand, and at the point they come to occupy the principal aspect of the contradiction, the thing changes into its opposite, and becomes something new. This is the stage of negation. This pattern is repeated, as the new thing also contains elements for both affirmation and negation. 81. Without a comprehension of the law of the unity of opposites, the law of the negation would make no sense. Other categories of dialectical materialism are also all various concrete manifestations of the law of the unity of opposites. As this is the case, Elements of Dialectical Materialism logically concludes, it is necessary when studying dialectics to first comprehend the law of the unity of opposites. Using this as its premise, Elements of Dialectical Materialism proceeds to an exposition of this law, providing in effect a detailed elaboration of Mao's on contradiction. The universality and particularity of contradiction, the principal contradiction and the principal aspect of a contradiction, the identity and struggle of the aspects of a contradiction, and antagonistic and non-antagonistic contradictions are all covered here in a way which draws heavily on Mao's writings and dialectical materialism. Elements of dialectical materialism does, however, draw in other authorities on dialectical materialism as well as developments in Marxist philosophy since the mid-193 QS. This includes reference to Mao's subsequent philosophical writings, and in particular on the correct handling of contradictions among the people, in which the concept of non-antagonistic contradictions is developed. 82. Nevertheless, the overwhelming impression given is that Mao's on contradiction represents the most complete and profound elaboration of the law of the unity of opposites in the history of Marxist philosophy. While there is some acknowledgement of the intellectual ancestry of this law, there is little if any acknowledgement that Mao drew heavily on Soviet philosophical sources of the early 1930s in the writing of On Contradiction. Li Do was aware perhaps more so than any other Chinese intellectual 83 of Mao's indebtedness to these sources, but in the context of the early 1960s it remained impolitic to address too closely the immediate sources of Mao's writings on philosophy. 8. That project would have to await a different political climate, one in which the authority of the chairman had been much reduced. By the 1980s, however, Li and Ai Saiki were both long dead, and it fell to a new generation of Chinese philosophers to exploit the relative openness of the post-Mao era to explore this formerly sensitive subject. 85. Elements of dialectical materialism's treatment of the laws of dialectics also reflects the context within which the book was compiled in a number of other respects. One of the most obvious of these is the book's preoccupation with the issue of revisionism, in both its international and Chinese manifestations. Internationally, the Soviet philosophers of the 1960s are of great concern, for they had rejected the notion, so central to Mao's thinking, that contradictions would persist throughout the period of socialist transition. They had consequently rejected the possibility of class struggle, stressing rather the harmonization of class interests under the leadership of the Communist Party. Soviet philosophers had referred scathingly to the principle of the universality of contradiction as mystification, superstition, and an abstract principle which dogmatically manipulates contradiction. 86. Why do these philosophers talk such nonsense? Elements of dialectical materialism inquires. It is because there is a capitalist restoration occurring in their country, and they represent the rotten and backward element of the class contradiction existing in socialist society. 87. Soviet philosophers were guilty too of supporting the idea, touted by China's revisionist philosophers of the early 1960s, that two combine into one. Soviet philosophers had interpreted the notion of the unity of contradictions to mean that the aspects of a contradiction 285 were indivisible, their identity the equivalent of a common interest. The purpose of studying dialectics, from this perspective, was to learn how to unite two opposed ideas. But this was fundamentally mistaken. According to elements of dialectical materialism, dialectical materialism had never treated the identity existing between the aspects of a contradiction as only commonality or common interests. Where was the common interest existing between imperialism and oppressed peoples, between imperialist states and socialist states, between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, and between revisionism and Marxism-Leninism? Similarly, dialectical materialism had never perceived the identity of the aspects of a contradiction as indivisible. Rather, under certain conditions, these contradictory aspects inevitably moved towards their opposite. The appropriate dialectical viewpoint was encapsulated in the saying "one divides into two," endorsed by Mao as a means of investigating and handling problems, and one which did not negate the struggle of contradictions. 89 While the incorporation of Mao Zedong's contribution to the elaboration of the laws of dialectical materialism represents a major feature of the revision of Lida's elements of sociology, there is attention devoted to Mao's contribution to the epistemology of Marxism. This section of elements of dialectical materialism, revised largely by Tao Delin, 90 reiterates that the epistemology of Marxism is the dynamic and revolutionary theory of reflection. This theory stands on two premises. One is the recognition that the ultimate source of knowledge is the objective material world, the other is the recognition that knowledge is able to provide a correct image of the objective material world. 91 However, a recognition that the origin of knowledge is the material world does not in itself constitute the reflection theory of dialectical materialism. Central to this theory is the dynamic role of human practice. Practice is the foundation of the process of knowledge, a process which observes certain dialectical laws. 92 This process commences with practice which provides perceptual knowledge. There is then a leap from perceptual to rational or conceptual knowledge, which then must be tested in practice, for it is practice which determines whether thought is or is not correct. This cycle is constantly repeated: practice, knowledge, again practice, and again knowledge. 93 The process of knowledge thus moves dialectically from a superficial to a more profound, from a one-sided to a multifaceted understanding of reality. But to obtain correct knowledge, humans must participate in revolutionary practice to change reality. This revolutionary practice incorporates not only the productive 286 writings on Marxist philosophy and theory of the 1950s and 1960s. Activities of humans, but also class struggle and scientific experimentation. 94 It can be seen that the explication of epistemology provided by elements of dialectical materialism adds little in substantive terms to that which had appeared in elements of sociology nearly 30 years before. What is new is the deference paid to Mao's writings and his contribution to Marxist epistemology. Mao Zedong, Elements of Dialectical Materialism asserts, had employed a general formula to profoundly and comprehensively summarize the limitless process of development of the motion of human thought: practice, knowledge, again practice, and again knowledge. This form repeats itself in endless cycles, and with each cycle the content of practice and knowledge rises to a higher level. This is a glorious contribution to Marxist epistemology, one which has immense significance for directing revolution and the work of construction. 5. The fate of elements of dialectical materialism. With the completion of the draft of Elements of Dialectical Materialism in 1965, it was sent as a Neobu document for comment and criticism to Mao Zedong and other senior party leaders and intellectuals, including Rang Sheng, Chen Boda, Zhang Wenquan, Zhou Enlai, Zhu De and Liu Shaokai. 96 Mao's brief annotation to Elements of Dialectical Materialism was first published in 1988, and it suggests that he was in agreement with the mode of explication adopted by Li and his research associates too. Explain the centrality of the law of the unity of opposites to dialectical materialism. 97 Mao's annotation reads: the kernel of dialectics is the law of the unity of opposites. And other categories such as the mutual transformation of quality and quantity, negation of the negation, connection, development, and so on, can all be explained by reference to this central law. All of the categories can be explained by reference to the contradictions within things, by the unity of opposites. For example, what is called essence can only be spoken of as the principal contradiction and the principal aspect of a contradiction within a tiling. 98. Events were, however, to overtake plans to publish Elements of Dialectical Materialism and to complete the second volume of Elements of Marxist Philosophy, a volume to be entitled Elements of Historical. 287. Materialism. With the outbreak of the Cultural Revolution, not only was Li to become the target of a vicious campaign of criticism and the research team which had produced Elements of Dialectical Materialism dispersed, but the book itself was criticized for having revised on practice and on contradiction. 100 Li's death in August 1966 was to put an end to any hope that the revision of Elements of Sociology could be completed. Following the Cultural Revolution, Elements of Dialectical Materialism was lightly edited by Tao Delin and published in 1978. The purpose in publishing the book so long after it was written was, according to one authority, to provide material on Marxist philosophy suitable for study by high-level intellectuals and for use as a textbook by philosophy students at university level. It is still apparently used by some universities for that purpose. 101 Nevertheless, it is apparent that the dramatic change in the political climate following Mao's death has rendered Elements of Dialectical Materialism largely obsolete. Chinese critics of the book now perceive it, in many respects, as too left-wing, something of an irony given Li's fate during the Cultural Revolution. The book's critique of revisionism in particular is perceived as a symptom of the politicization of Marxist philosophy so prevalent during Mao's lifetime. 102 Moreover, the uncritical glorification of Mao's contribution to the development of Marxist philosophy, so evident in Elements of Dialectical Materialism, has been repudiated in post-Mao China. Not only have philosophers in China been willing to examine critically the sensitive issue of the immediate sources of Mao's philosophical writings, they have recognized that Mao was not the only Chinese to contribute to the elaboration and dissemination of Marxist philosophy in China. 103 Li De had hoped that Elements of Marxist philosophy, when completed, would be a text used in the Third World where texts on Marxism had come primarily from the Soviet Union. Here would be a major Chinese text on Marxist philosophy which could compete with this Soviet influence. This hope has not been fulfilled, however, for Elements of Dialectical Materialism has never been translated into a foreign language. 104 The reason for this is, again, that the book would not project to the world the different image of Marxist philosophy embraced by China's post-Mao leadership. It has remained a text for Chinese students and intellectuals, and fewer of these evince much enthusiasm for this book, written so patently to meet the political goals of another era and the demands of an orthodoxy now largely repudiated. 105. 1.1. Conclusion, Li De and Marxist philosophy in China. The ambiguity inherent in Li De's last major philosophical project is, in an important sense, characteristic of his entire philosophical career. For his attempt in the early 1960s to revise Elements of Sociology to incorporate developments in Marxist philosophy since the volume was written in the early 1930s was compromised by the overwhelming significance of Mao Zedong thought in contemporary Chinese political and philosophical life. Li De did not have a free hand to evaluate the development of Marxist philosophy, the rising tide of the new orthodoxy, which was to culminate in the cult of personality surrounding Mao at the time of the Cultural Revolution, precluded an uninhibited evaluation of Mao's contribution to Marxist philosophy. Elements of Dialectical Materialism thus incorporates a glowing account of Mao's philosophical thought, and Mao is numbered as one of the great thinkers in the pantheon of Marxist philosophy. The pressure to conform, to join in the chorus of adulation of Mao, was too much, even for Li, as strong-minded and independent as he was. The laudatory tone adopted by elements of dialectical materialism when discussing Mao's contribution to Marxist philosophy was not enough, however, to save either Li or the book, for Li was to die prematurely as a result of ill treatment incurred for his supposed opposition to Mao. There is irony in the fact that the volume, while published posthumously in 1978, is now regarded in China as too left-wing, as too uncritical of Mao and his philosophical thought. The dilemma faced by Li in the early 1960s was an echo of the previous dilemmas he had faced in his relationship with both the party and Marxist philosophy. In 1923, he chose to leave the party rather than submit to policies which he regarded as politically unsound and not grounded in Marxist theory, as he understood it. Yet, unbidden by any political authority, Li altered his conception of Marxist philosophy in the early 1930s to conform to the changes in philosophy in the Soviet Union. One of the most significant of these changes had been the subordination of philosophy to the demands of the party, to the practical tasks of the moment. That Li should adopt this new conception of the role of Marxist philosophy, even though he had previously demonstrated his unwillingness to subordinate his intellect to mistaken party direction, can only be explained by his conviction of the appropriateness of this new development in the relationship between philosophy and politics. However, this acceptance of philosophy's subordination to politics was mediated by his belief, at an intellectual level, in the correctness of the content of this new philosophy. Li subscribed to this new philosophy, not merely because it was orthodoxy, not merely because Marxist political leaders asserted it to be truth, but because he himself believed it to be true. And once Li accepted the veracity of this version of Marxist philosophy, he did not thereafter depart from its basic assumptions. This explains his willingness to explicate Mao's philosophy in the early 1950s, for Li recognized that Mao's philosophical thought, as contained in On Practice and On Contradiction, drew heavily on this Marxist orthodoxy. There was thus, initially, no tension between Li's conception of Marxist philosophy and his role as explicator of Mao's thought. By the same token, however, Li recognized that Mao's understanding of Marxist philosophy was, in large measure, derivative, owing much to orthodox Soviet philosophy. The basic premises of On Practice and On Contradiction had been drawn from the Soviet texts on philosophy of the early 1930s and other Chinese texts, such as Elements of Sociology, which had been inspired by the new Soviet philosophy. Li's view of Mao's stature as a philosopher was thus grounded in a realistic appreciation of the debt that Mao owed to orthodox Soviet Marxist philosophy. Yet Li's personal recognition of Mao's limited originality as a philosopher could not, given the political climate of the early 1960s, be given voice in the revised version of Elements of Sociology, although there is ample evidence to indicate the tensions this recognition created, both within Li himself and amongst the team of researchers he assembled to complete the revisions to Elements of Sociology. The revision of Elements of Sociology was not merely a philosophical project, it was a sensitive political task entailing considerable political risk. The penalties for getting it wrong were great indeed, and in retrospect it is evident that, no matter how hard they attempted to arrive at a formulation which was philosophically appropriate and politically acceptable, Li and his team of researchers found themselves literally in a no-win situation. In this regard, Li's philosophical career is illustrative of the predicament faced by many of China's intellectuals. While they had been supportive of the party's attempts to construct a socialist society, they chafed at their lack of autonomy for critical reflection which their status as intellectuals assumed. We should not, however, extend the parallels between Li and the dilemma of other intellectuals in post-1949 China too far. Li was no Dingling or Fei Xiaotong, and for much of the 1950s he was the party's faithful servant. This involved him in serving the party in ways which have drawn criticism from commentators in post-Mao China. In particular, his participation in the virulent campaigns against Hu Xi, Fei Xiaotong, and Liang Shuming are regarded as symptomatic of the excessive subordination of philosophy to politics during the Maoist era, and of Li's own failure of judgment. It was only with the Great Leap Forward that Li's reservations concerning the theoretical underpinnings and practical implications of Mao's policies for socialist transition began to grow. But even then, his public stance was still highly supportive of the Great Leap Forward, his articles of the time suggesting that socialist relations of production had to be developed in China from the bare earth, a view which could only have served to reinforce the impatient tenor of the Great Leap Forward policies. Rather, presuming on his long and cordial relationship with Mao, Li expressed his reservations in private to the chairman himself. And while, as we know, this candid criticism did not please Mao, he held great respect for Li's stature as a philosopher and his personal integrity, and did not move against Li. Indeed, Mao subsequently praised Li for his contribution to the development of Marxism in China and invited him to revise his Elements of Sociology for republication. While Li had a troubled relationship with orthodoxy and political power, much of his philosophical writing is also concerned with the explication and elaboration of issues which have had a problematic history within the theoretical framework of orthodox Marxism. Of these issues, one of the most difficult for Marxism had been the relationship between society's economic infrastructure and its political, legal, and ideological realms. Mechanistic materialist readings of this relationship had attributed the economic base with complete causal dominance. The superstructure is perceived as merely a reflection of the economic base, having little if any capacity to influence the direction or pace of historical change. This mechanistic conception of the etiology of social change has, as we observed in Chapter 2, been widely challenged within the Marxist tradition. Not only has this perspective been criticized as endorsing an undialectical conception of the relationship between economic base and superstructure, it has been attacked for its lack of recognition of the significant role that politics and consciousness can play in achieving social change. Marxists as theoretically and practically removed as Plekhanov, Lenin, Gramsci, and Althusser have taken issue with mechanical materialism, opting for a perspective on social change which, while allowing a capacity for historical influence to political struggle and human consciousness, has nevertheless insisted on the general causal dominance of the economic base and developments within it. The relationship between economic base and superstructure is not, therefore, a relationship of equals, but a relationship of unequal reciprocity. The superstructure has an influence, but it is a reactive influence, and the capacity for that influence is generated by the economic base. It is this current within European, Russian, and later Japanese Marxism which exerted the most profound influence on Li and, through him, Marxism in China. From his earliest writings on socialism and Marxism, Li spoke of the need for a political revolution, one which could complement and accelerate the impulses for social revolution emerging from the economic base. Li saw no contradiction in his espousal of Marxism and his endorsement of the political revolution, for Li's theoretical understanding of Marxism presumed a role for political struggle and human consciousness. It was this conviction which drew Li into the political activities which culminated in the formation of the Chinese Communist Party, and it was this conviction which led, to Li's lifelong commitment to the explication and dissemination of Marxist theory, to the raising of consciousness of the need for socialism. For Li, the capacity of the superstructure to influence the process of social change was an article of faith deeply embedded in Marxism. His acceptance of this article of faith involved no compromise of Marxist orthodoxy. Indeed, Li believed, as had many Marxists before him, that orthodox Marxism prescribed a role for political organization and action in the achievement of historical goals. And he believed, too, that a mechanistic materialism which repudiated political action on the grounds of the evolutionary character of the process of social change had nothing in common with Marxism's commitment to the struggle at all levels, economic, political, ideological, to achieve a more just, a more equitable society. It is thus something of an irony that Western evaluations of Marxism in China have frequently adopted this mechanistic reading of Marxism as the standard of orthodoxy against which Marxism in China should be judged. The result has been a marked tendency to exaggerate the conceptual and theoretical distance which separates Marxism in China from its European and Soviet counterparts. Marxism in China has thus been characterized as exotic, idiosyncratic, bizarre, an Asian offshoot of an essentially European ideology, it is Chinese Marxism, rather than Marxism in China. A careful genealogy of the sources of Marxism in China does not, however, support this perspective. As we have seen, Li De, one of the most influential elaborators and disseminators of Marxism in China, was heavily influenced by theoretical and political currents in Europe, Russia, and Japan. He was, as his early writings indicate, thoroughly conversant with the history of socialism and Marxism in Li De and Marxist Philosophy in China 299. Europe and had, even before the establishment of the Chinese Communist Party, translated the writings of Karl Koski and Hermann Gorter. Gorter's An Explanation of the Materialist Conception of History made it quite clear that Marxism endorsed the possibility, indeed, the desirability of political organization and action to achieve historical goals. Similarly, the writings of Japanese socialists and Marxists translated by Li, such as Takabate Motoyuki, Kawakami Hajime, and Sugiyama Sakushi, while recognizing the materialist premises of Marxism, recognized the capacity of politics and human consciousness to exert an influence on the course of history. The Russian texts on Marxism, such as Thalheimer's, also allowed a role for politics and human consciousness. Is it any wonder, then, that Li De did not accept the evolutionary and mechanistic reading of Marxism as orthodoxy? For Li, orthodox Marxism emphasized the materialist premises of history, but it recognized also the interrelated character of human society. Given this interrelatedness, it was impossible to conceive of the political and legal superstructures, and human consciousness, as playing no role in the process of social change. Their influence, which could at times be significant, could not, however, approach the level of influence exerted by the economic base, for it was this which dominated the social landscape, and which generated the original impulse for change. Li's understanding of Marxism did not, therefore, break with its materialist premises. Indeed, his reading of the process of social change remains, in the final analysis, an economistic one. His economism is, however, a far cry from the mechanistic and evolutionary reading of social change within the Marxist tradition, which precluded any reactive influence on the part of the superstructure. Li's economism was a flexible and dialectical one. It was the premise on which could be built a lifetime of theoretical and political activity, for without a belief in the significance of raising human consciousness through the agency of theory, of education to inform and mobilize, of political action to combat inequality and injustice, Li's own life would have had no coherence or rationality, dedicated as it was to the pursuit of all of these. By the same token, he recognized the limitations imposed by the materialist conception of history on the efforts of the individual to achieve change. Li saw himself as part of a wider historical movement brought into being by the massive economic and social changes unleashed by the Industrial Revolution and the rise of capitalism in Europe. Those changes had resonated round the globe, and it was their impact in China, in the guise of imperialism, which had generated the revolutionary movement of which Li was a part. From his conversion to Marxism in the late 1910s, Li determined that he would do what he could to foster that movement through the dissemination of revolutionary theory and through political action. But, of these two, it was theory which was of greatest significance to Li. His disagreement with Chen Duxiu, which precipitated his departure from the party in 1923, was as much about the significance of theoretical work as the United Front strategy. Li believed strongly that what the party needed above all else was to deepen its theoretical understanding of Marxism, for practice, without the guidance of theory, would inevitably lead to erroneous policies which would set back the cause of revolution. Nevertheless, Li continued, after quitting the party, to serve the revolutionary movement through his writing, translations, educational activities, and the occasional political task. But he remained conscious that the successful outcome of the revolutionary struggle could not be a function of the theoretical and political activities of any one individual. The materialist conception of history precluded such a belief, but it did not preclude the possibility that human action, on a sufficiently wide scale, could influence the direction and result of that struggle. Li recognized that theory, even where correct, was inconsequential unless grasped and acted on by people in sufficient numbers. His own role as elaborator and disseminator of theory would remain a marginal one in the absence of those material forces which motivated people in sufficient numbers to seek out theory for the purpose of achieving political and social change. It was in this context that the role of philosopher and theorist assumed significance. Yet, despite the ebb and flow of the fortunes of the revolutionary movement, Li remained committed to the role of theorist and philosopher which he defined for himself in the late 1910s and early 1920s, and from which he subsequently never deviated. And his efforts were rewarded, as we have seen, by the adoption by the party and its leaders of the philosophical and theoretical views expressed in his publications and translations of the late 1920s and early 1930s. It was through their acceptance by Mao in particular that Li's elaborations of Marxist philosophy and theory gained wide currency and exerted considerable influence. Li's philosophical writings exerted an influence, not only because they demonstrated his erudition as a philosopher, but because they drew on and elaborated the philosophical discourse which had become dominant in the Soviet Union since 1931, and which consequently had a profound impact on the member parties of the Comintern, including the Chinese Communist Party. Li was not, of course, the only Chinese philosopher to elaborate Marxist philosophy. Also very significant was A.I. Psyche. But Li's contribution stood out. In terms of sheer volume, his translations and writings on philosophy dwarfed the contribution of other Chinese philosophers. Not only did he translate several important pre-1931 texts on Marxist philosophy, he co-translated Shirokov and Eisenberg's A Course on Dialectical Materialism, a text which was to have such a Lida and Marxist philosophy in China 301. Strong influence on Mao, and through Mao, Marxism in China more generally. Moreover, his own Elements of Sociology was to take the elaboration of Marxist philosophy in China to a new plane. Not only was it a massive tome covering the entire range of issues covered by dialectical and historical materialism, it was directed explicitly at theorists and intellectuals. This was not a work of popularization, as so many of A.I. Psyche's were. This was an uncompromising text, one which recognized the complexity of Marxist philosophy and theory and which challenged the intellectuals of the revolutionary movement to apply themselves to the difficult task of mastering this complex body of theory. As we have seen, Mao himself rose to this challenge, claiming to have read the book 10 times. Whether or not this was an exaggeration, the point remains that the seal of approval given to Elements of Sociology by Mao meant that its level of complexity represented the level of theoretical sophistication to which other party theorists and philosophers had to aspire. Moreover, the contents of this book and its mode of explication were to become a model for emulation in the philosophical realm. Elements of Sociology thus represented an important conduit through which post-1931 Soviet philosophical discourse was transmitted to the Chinese revolutionary movement. While it represented only one of several texts to perform this function, it was doubly influential because it had been written by a Chinese scholar. But the content of Elements of Sociology was not, apart from the language in which it was written, specifically Chinese. While Li had intended to complete the volume with a section on Chinese conditions, that project was never completed. Consequently, the book, as eventually published in the better-known second edition, contains little if any reference to the Chinese economic, social, and political context. Li, of course, recognized the importance of a detailed understanding of China's history and contemporary situation. His earlier writings and some of his translations deal with these. Yet Elements of Sociology is, first and foremost, a text on Marxist philosophy and theory, a text whose primary function was to inform the reader of the Marxist philosophical discourse deemed orthodox within Soviet philosophical circles. The book has a rather abstract quality, one which underlines its presumption of universal significance. Philosophy and theory, it is saying, know no national boundaries. This characteristic of this classic work of Marxism in China underscores, yet again, the coherence of the philosophical and theoretical dimensions of Marxism in China with those dimensions of orthodox Marxism then dominant within the international communist movement. To this extent, Marxism in China was not unique, was not a homegrown product. Li spoke with authority and deep familiarity of the laws and categories of dialectical materialism, and the philosophical debates within the Marxist tradition. Important here is his assertion that the law of the unity of opposites represented the fundamental law of dialectical materialism and that the other laws and categories of dialectical materialism were an expression of this fundamental law. Here Li was reiterating a theme already deeply embedded in Marxist philosophy, and emphasized in the Soviet texts and philosophy which he and others translated into Chinese in the early 1930s. This conception of the relationship between the various laws and categories of dialectical materialism was thus transmitted to Marxism in China, and indeed was to become the cornerstone of Mao's own elaboration of the laws of dialectical materialism. The emphasis Mao placed on the law of the unity of opposites did not preclude an appreciation of the role played by the laws of qualitative and quantitative change and the negation of the negation. This is evident in the text available to us of the pre-liberation version of On Contradiction, and Mao's philosophical annotations. However, Mao's endorsement of the preeminence of the law of the unity of opposites within Marxist philosophy has ensured its persistence as a central article of faith of Marxism in China. Marxist philosophy in the China of the 1990s, despite the widespread repudiation of much else of Mao's heritage, cleaves to a belief in the law of the unity of opposites as the fundamental law of dialectical materialism. Li's part in the process of the development of Marxism in China was thus a highly significant and durable one. For some 60 years after the publication of Elements of Sociology, its essential themes still have currency within China's theoretical circles. It is doubtful, nevertheless, that Li would have been pleased with the scale and consequences of the reform program which China has experienced since the late 1970s. While he may have identified with much of the philosophical research carried out by philosophers in post-Mao China, perceiving in it themes prominent in his own philosophical writings from the 1930s, he would not have approved the widespread embrace of the capitalist measures by Deng Xiaoping's strategy for China's economic revival. It is true that Li held serious reservations about Mao's policies for socialist transition of the late 1950s, and supported Peng Dehuai's criticisms of the Great Leap Forward. By the same token, there is no evidence to suggest any disquiet on his part at the policies of the socialization of industry and the cooperativization of agriculture which characterized the first phase of China's socialist transition. Li was, in this respect, a conventional Lida and Marxist philosophy in China 303. Old-style Marxist, or who perceived the socialist transition necessitated the increasing control of the state of the various forms of property. His disagreement with Mao was not on this score, but on the pace of change. Li believed that the party had to lead China towards its objective of a socialist society, but it had to do this in a way which recognized the constraints on progress. Of these, one of the most significant was the educational level of the Chinese people. It is no coincidence that Li devoted much of his life to education, at the village level and the national level, as lecturer at many of China's universities and as vice-chancellor of Wuhan University. Li made a strong personal commitment to the process of education. Li's belief in the importance of education for the achievement of socialism is attested, too, by his belief in the importance of disseminating Marxist theory, and his commitment to this task never wavered. Li would thus have identified the answers to China's problems in terms different to those which Deng Xiaoping has employed to construct his economic strategy. In Li's eyes, Deng would be guilty of throwing the baby out with the bathwater, of repudiating those elements of economic and social policy essential to the achievement of socialism. The decay of China's education system during the 1980s and 1990s, especially in China's rural areas, would have shocked Li. He would have been shocked too by the low esteem in which China's modern academics are held. However, Li would have recognized that the transformation of China's economic base to allow foreign capitalist investment, Western management techniques and the massive expansion of the market both within and outside the state sector, could not but have a dramatic impact on China's superstructure, of which the education system was a significant part. While education could play a role in achieving change in the direction of socialism, it could not hope to do so in the absence of the requisite economic conditions. Thus, while Li Da's philosophical legacy has been an enduring one and still resonates within Marxism in China at a theoretical level, the socialist China which he worked so hard to create appears even further from realization. Nevertheless, Li's writings and translations of Marxist philosophy and theory did play a very significant part in the dissemination of Marxism in China and helped shape the ideological outlook of the revolutionary movement and the intellectual world of post-1949 China. His life and work thus represent a window through which the origins and character of Marxism in China can be examined, and perhaps the most revealing thing this examination reveals is the powerful influence that European and Soviet Marxism exercised on its theoretical dimensions. While Li was Chinese, he was intellectually an internationalist, for the Marxism to which he subscribed claimed to be of universal significance, and was widely accepted as such. It was his philosophical activities which helped ensure that Marxism in China did not become a purely nationalist credo within which Chinese traditional cultural and philosophical currents predominated. The extent to which Marxism in China contained and still does retain a universal dimension therefore owes much to Li Da.